Alright, how's it going, everybody? Uh, it has been one hell of a day. So, spent all day at work. I listened to. Okay, so it is there. Good. I can close that tab. I listened to the Ben Burgess Aaron Green debate, and it appears that they were having very different arguments, was the big deal that I noticed. They were coming at it from different ways. So, Ben Burgess was arguing what fascists do, and Aaron seemed to be arguing how fascism forms, not what they do specifically. Kind of, that was my kind of a take on it. They were they were arguing a little bit of the linguistics versus the action, but mostly like what fascists are, how they coalesce, kind of the broader ideology that they push, the way they present themselves as well. Linguistics was included. So it was the actions versus the structure and propagation of. That seemed to be the big disagreement. Now I've got to go over it in depth and take notes on it. So that's something that we're gonna do. I got out of a shower a little bit ago. That's not what we're doing immediately, but I got out of the shower a little bit ago. See? So my hair is wet because long ass hair. But what we will also be doing is looking at COVID effects long term, what happens after you get COVID. And what we're starting with here is a very special announcement right here. Steven Crowder hospitalized has message for his fans. Death. He's a dick. Conservative pundit Steven Crowder posted a photo of himself Tuesday in a hospital bed, telling his audience he'd been close to death. Last night took a turn for the worse. Crowder, so it was Tuesday. So late in June, he was going to he was having surgery to fix a genetic defect. Later elaborating a connective tissue disorder causing his chest caving in on his heart. He said he had pectus surgery in early July and has since provided updates to his followers on medical condition. The procedure is a possible treatment for a condition called pectus excavatum, where a person's breastbone sunk into their chest. After posting a shooting range, Carter City experienced a lung collapse that would set back his recovery. See, I don't want him to die, but maybe, maybe like think that this is a karma for his bad actions. Because actually, I don't know. I don't. I don't want him to die. I'm not going to be like super broken up if he does die. Like I don't. I don't wish him dead personally. I also don't deride people who do. He does cause a lot of fucking harm. So if you feel that way about him, that's sweet, but not me. Mostly because I don't want anybody to die unless I can prove that they're like a super Nazi. and that they're trying to like kill people. And while Crowder is definitely a bigot, I don't want to go out and like kill people. It's not in my nature. More pacifist than that. Now, that's really all I had to say on that. Crowder was in the hospital, possibly dying. Updates soon. If he does die, we can talk about that. If he doesn't die, we'll see what the fuck happens with him afterwards. Stay updated. Because, knowing what bad people are doing is definitely a thing you need to try and stay informed on. So, yeah. We actually have. Okay, that's for kids. And this is just. Alright. Most people who have coronavirus disease 2019, COVID 19, completely recover within a few weeks, but some people, even those who had mild versions of the disease, continue to experience symptoms after their initial recovery. These people sometimes describe themselves as long haulers, and the conditions have been called post COVID 19 syndrome or long COVID 19. These health issues are sometimes called post COVID 19 conditions. They're generally considered to be effects of COVID 19 that persist for more than 4 weeks after you've been diagnosed with COVID 19. Older people are more likely. Okay, so the common signs include fatigue, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, cough, joint pain, chest pain, memory, concentration or sleep problems, muscle pain or headache, fast or pounding heartbeat, loss of smell or taste, depression or anxiety, fever, dizziness when you stand, worsened symptoms after physical or mental activities. Organ damage. Although COVID 19 is seen as a disease that primarily affects the lungs, it can damage many other organs as well. Okay, the heart. Imaging tests taken months after recovery from COVID 19 have shown lasting damage to the heart muscle, even in people who experience only mild COVID. This may increase the risk of heart failure or other complications in the future. Lungs. The type of pneumonia often associated with COVID 19 can cause long-standing damage to the tiny air sacs alveoli in the lungs. The resulting scar tissue can lead to long-term breathing problems. Even in young people, COVID 19 can cause strokes, seizures, and Guillain-Barré syndrome, a condition that causes temporary paralysis. Oh, fuck. COVID 19 may also increase the risk of developing Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's. Well, fuck. Hmm. And that's not even all of it. This is just some of the things. This is the organ damage, heart, lungs, brain, blood clots, and blood vessel problems. COVID 19 can make blood cells more likely to clump up and form clots, while large clots can cause heart attacks and strokes. Much of the heart damage caused by COVID 19 is believed to stem from very small clots that block tiny blood vessels, capillaries, and the heart muscle. Other parts of the body affected by blood clots include the lungs, legs, liver, and kidneys. COVID 19 can also weaken blood vessels and cause them to leak, which can contribute to potentially long lasting problems with the liver and kidneys, problems with mood and fatigue. People who have severe symptoms of COVID 19 often have to be treated with a hospital and intensive care unit with mechanical assistance, such as ventilators, to breathe. Simply surviving this experience can make a person more likely to later develop post traumatic stress syndrome, depression, and anxiety. Oh, hey. Because it's difficult to predict long term outcomes from the new COVID 19 virus, scientists are looking at the long term effects seen in related viruses, such as the virus that causes severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Many people who have recovered from SARS have gone on to develop chronic fatigue syndrome, a complex disorder characterized by extreme fatigue that worsens with physical and mental activity but doesn't improve with rest. The same may be true for people who've had COVID 19. Many effects are still unknown. This information is intended for general audiences. Overview. Okay, so this is multi-organ effect, prevention. Yep, so literally the same thing. And this is long-term affecting kids. Struggle to make it through a day in school, exhaustion, trouble concentrating, increased difficulty with schoolwork leading to lower than usual grades, decreased performance in athletics compared to their pre-COVID level, fatigue or breathing problems while participating in sports. In older kids, you may notice a behavior change or observe something that is just off. Your child may even say they just don't feel right. So yeah, and I think apparently it's not completely confirmed, but COVID can enter your balls and cause damage there. What do you know? So these are long-term effects of COVID-19. Very, very bad. I mean, it should be known to most people, but there's a lot of things you'd figure people would know that they don't. And then there's still unknown stuff. May 6th, 2021. Okay, so that is very recent. That's just kind of what you get. You There's studies that are being done on the testicular damage that is caused by COVID, and that's not good. But there's also lung damage and heart damage, brain damage, and blood clotting issues, and other kind of issues with the blood. So long term, lasting effects, very bad, very very bad. All right, let's move it to here, and we will do that. That's that. I put debate review, right? Debate reviews. This one's not a debate review, so we're going to use this as an intermediary. Just as a reminder that Mike from PA is a class reductionist. Alright?
Class reductionism is bullshit. I stand firmly against class reductionism, and if I find people who are fucking espousing this rhetoric, I am going to come down hard on it. That's a warning. You all can cite this stream in the future. Because last night, let's see. Can I see the dates? Where's the date?
part of a movement that doesn't want me there anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, then I won't be there.
If there is hostility there and you don't feel like you belong, then you're going to feel that discomfort, and
the delusion that, you know, we can quote liberate ourselves. I don't even know what the fuck that means, to be honest with you. Like, what, a population of 16% of this country is going to, like, what, take over? Like, what is the strategy here? The only strategy and the only thing that works is a class-based strategy.
We know what people
that
like
puts
Mike
class
use
first. There, I
You hear that?
said it. I fucking said it. Class. You could almost say we could reduce the movement down to class.
Mike. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to retract that? Is there any way to reach you on this one? Or would you alpha dude bro posture and say that you meant something else? Because this is bullshit, buddy.
right.
Because that's the only thing that unites people. Now, obviously, we don't want to uphold white supremacy or other bullshit. Obviously, destroying white supremacy is necessary to destroy capitalism.
Yeah, he just said it.
Protest capitalism.
Obviously, it's necessary to destroy white supremacy to protest capitalism. Yes, it is. It is necessary to destroy white supremacy.
Hello.
Yo.
That is a separate debate that I did not want to start. I was not doing that. Okay. So, Mike from PA, showing class reductionist tendencies here, just being openly a class reductionist, is actively bad, and the fact that he still has people who watch him, like, this only has 321 views. My video doesn't have very many views, and so that's why I bring it up on stream every now and then, because more and more different people tune in and watch. Actually, yeah, I'm a little curious as to what his subs are right now.
Yeah.
But,
I just said it.
Like, come on, man. Keep your eye on the fucking ball.
I've been saying this from the, I mean, not to like go off the narrative entirely, but I've been saying this from the jump. Like, and we've seen some whispers that.
So I've let this run for 3 minutes without pausing it.
Yeah, she's just gonna go off at that point. And he's live right now. I wonder if he is. Views his followers. Yeah, he tanked 7K in March. Some of your shorter, long hairs curl up into your nose, and it's really annoying, you know what I mean? So wait, is this not? I guess when July's over, it'll update. He's live right now. I wonder what he's going on about.
Simple things pointing out that we're meant to be in nature.
That is one of the best videos objectively. Oh, he's not live right now? And he still only has 44.7K. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, Vosh was right. I had to check. Mike has 44.7K followers. And said Vosh is irrelevant on Twitch. At the time that they had that discussion, Vosh had 45K. Or 44K, and Mike had 42. $70.5K followers. Boom. What do you do? What do you do, folks? There's nothing you can do.
Be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made.
Ah, that is a good song. So.
But let me just say, fuck you, Mike. Mike.
Yeah. Yep. Fuck Mike. Fool.
The CIA is a terrorist organization, so that's true and based.
Bravo 6. Moving on the rear gun. Bravo 6, this is Alpha 2. About to enter the West Alley. Copy.
Hold on.
One second.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself, you egghead nerd. I don't give a fuck about your committee shit. Nobody voted for her for a fucking committee. Why don't you stop saying that stupid shit?
God damn it. No way. God damn it. Oh, it's true. Okay, if you haven't seen any of this.
Discipline equals freedom?
There are no shortcuts.
Holy shit! Wow, somebody had a lot of fun creating this wacky character in the fucking Fallout New Vegas character customization engine. Wow! Oh man, it's gonna be hard for me not to go full fucking ableist on this guy. Hey, can we clip this for an emote? Wow, boy, this guy, this is our grug emote. This is our grug emote. Wow, this is a real person. Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that. I thought I was gonna do the God is a He video, but now we have to do this. Okay. Oh, right, I had the gain pumped up super loud. No wonder it scared you. Of course he's a Navy SEAL.
Are no hacks.
Life is suffering, fool!
If you want to take the
Oh my god, of course he's a Navy SEAL. Jocko Willink?
I die to this every fucking time.
thinking, are you really that happy that you don't have a girlfriend? And if you are that happy that you don't have a girlfriend,
his face
they
has
kept
so many
you
wrinkles.
in lockdown, right?
His body is so big.
Because
Okay, yeah, just go watch that video. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, fuck. Ooh. An expose.
Tell us a little bit about your background and experience that led you to examine this particular part of the right-wing, I guess, media machine, as it were, and specifically how it was reporting on BLM.
Yeah, well, I guess, Sam, my interest I started out in journalism working for a TV news agency that syndicated footage from around the world. And so I've always been interested that it was at one time my job to know where footage came from for commercial reasons. But it was always interesting to me the strange ways that witnesses to news events who often were not journalists would come up with sometimes the best footage. But then other interested parties in events would sometimes produce compelling footage that would go out on news broadcasts with no one paying attention to it. The first time I became aware of this was I was working in the 90s in a TV newsroom in London, and we got some footage of some fighting in South Lebanon. It was the killing of an Israeli soldier, and I had to find out what the source was. I asked, and I was told it was Hezbollah TV, which was just very strange. The news agency I worked for at that time was owned by ABC, by Disney, and somehow it was in an agreement with Hezbollah TV to cover the news. So that always stayed with me. And when I got into print journalism, I started as a fact checker. So my job very much was to, verify things that people had already reported, but to look for errors, to pull at loose ends. And then when I started being a news blogger for the New York Times, I ran the lead blog. A lot of what I was doing was sifting through social media and trying to find out what was real and what wasn't. And particularly when we came to the Iran protests, to the Arab Spring, looking at video from protests and trying to understand, first of all, that we weren't being duped, that it really happened in these places. And secondly, to try and understand who shot it and what that might mean about what it showed. So the famous video of Neda Aga Sultan, the protester in Iran who was killed in 2009 and was captured by two cameras at different points. Who were those people, trying to understand that? And I found over the years doing that, I looked at video of the Occupy movement also, that often when you scratch the surface, you find kind of interesting things that wouldn't, you ordinarily, it's not just about fact checking. You find out other things about the world and about news and about what's happening. And so in this case, about a year ago, I started looking at some video. It started with this video that I looked at from Dallas of, very brutal video of a man just being pummeled by a group of protesters. And the backstory to that, it turned out that the person who posted it had edited out the buildup to it, which showed that the man first confronted the protesters with a machete. So the story was quite different because that was left out of the viral tweet. So digging into that story, and then I started to notice the person who posted that, his name is Elijah Schaefer. He's a kind of commentator, reporter for Glenn Beck's Blaze TV. Digging into that stuff, I started to realize that a lot of the viral video that we saw from the protests of these kind of extraordinary acts of violence that would happen sometimes on the fringes of protests or away from protests, a lot of it was shot by a kind of relatively small group of mostly young field reporters for conservative news websites. And so they would film this stuff and then it would end up on Fox TV. And I just sort of, started to look at where this material came from and how it was used to sort of create, I think, a distorted picture of the BLM protest movements.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. There's an interesting dynamic, and particularly even more so, although, you obviously started this back in the 90s, now that the technology for A, capturing and B, disseminating video has radically changed. Really, I mean, it really started in the late aughts, right? Occupy was, in my estimation, really, I mean, I'm sure it happened before that, but that was one of the first times where we had people going out there with like multiple 5G stuff and live.
God damn it. There is no ethical consumption of porn until private parts become public parts. I don't know what this means.
Streaming, marches that were happening, police assaults that were happening, and the camera phone has become more ubiquitous, obviously, since then. We're talking now, that was 10 years ago. And the interesting thing about video, as opposed to, let's say, a written account of what's going on in a protest, is that there's no signature on the video. There's no byline. I mean, there probably should be, but there's no byline, right? I mean, so if you are a reporter covering a protest, if there's any discrepancies, or you have a history of retelling a situation that later turned out to be inaccurate, there's at least a mechanism for people to know, I need to be skeptical of Robert Mackey, or I can trust Robert Mackey because it's signed. But if it's not signed by video, this is it seems to me like a fairly new challenge to genuine journalism outlets.
It is, absolutely. I mean, that's where, to some extent, even on the internet, my first take on this when I first started looking at things now, a decade ago, was that there's a way in which reputation matters, even when people are using anonymous handles and they're protesters out in the streets. Mm-hmm. And, that same year, to me, 2011, the Arab Spring and then the Occupy movement, you saw this moving around the world and these new phenomenon developing. And I could see that, there were people who posted video from Tahrir Square who were basically just as careful and ethical about what they shared as any professional journalist, even though they were activists. And a lot of those people, interestingly, previously were bloggers. They had blogs at the earlier stage of the development of these things because they couldn't be professional journalists in their field, in their country. It was too repressive. But you found the people who were careful. And then you also found people who were careless. And there were people who were willing to put stuff up saying that a protest had happened on a certain day when it was old footage for political reasons, because they wanted to drive the narrative that things were going on and things were happening. And then, since then, and since this was obviously also working in countries where I didn't speak the native language, and you're trying to make sure when you look at video and you present it, that something hasn't been, the truth hasn't been shaded. When you start to see in the Occupy movement, activists themselves filming things. And that was a big part of the Arab Spring too, is people feeling like they're not getting a fair shake from the mainstream media, from the professional media. They have a critique of the corporate media, very often a fair one. And so they want to present things themselves. And then, my take is that it's always okay. Any visual evidence of something that happened, like in a court of law, would be something that you should consider. But you need to know what the context for it is, and you need to understand if it's been manipulated in any way or edited, so that you can understand how to weigh it, like you would if you were evaluating, something as a member of a jury. So it can be, to me, it can be people from all political stripes can post completely useful, entirely important visual evidence of news events. And so what my piece, looking at the protest video, my piece is sort of about, there are very good statistics, a database of conflict researchers who looked at what happened with BLM-associated protests in the U.S. last year. There were 10,330 they counted. There was violence at about 6% of one kind or another, and 94% were entirely peaceful with no rioting or looting or anything. And what I was interested in was the way that these little snippets of violent confrontations, often on the edges of protests, fringes, random things that would happen, would get tens of millions of views on social media. And that, a group of 7 or 8 of these people who filmed these things would go from one protest to another, film these things, and then they would drive, that video would drive coverage on Fox News, often for days. And that Fox News essentially, over the course of the past year, and not just Fox, but Republican politicians, obviously, the former president, Ron Johnson, they want you to think that the 6% of protests that were violent and these, 50 events, maybe max, that happened, that's BLM. And they totally ignore the 94%, the rest of what happened.
I bet you the fact that 94% of the 10,000 some odd BLM protests were completely peaceful, and that we're talking only about 6% of protests that were not. And even within the context of that, I imagine you have a similar dynamic where 94% of the people and of the protest itself, to the extent that you can measure that, are also being peaceful, and you have a 6% very marginal group of people. This is, in contrast to, say, let's say, I don't know, I mean, melees and fracases that we see in other situations. But I think that is surprising to people. So it's been the agenda, if it was to paint BLM, and we hear it every day in Congress, right? I mean, we're even seeing it in the context of the January 6th commission, where McCarthy is now demanding, I want to see reports on Antifa and BLM from the summer, as if the level of violence there was equivalent to what we saw in a storming of the Capitol in an attempt to hang the vice president. They rely heavily on that perception that has been created. So this is an important look into A, the reality of the marches, and B, how that reality has been distorted. What's the mechanism to make people better consumers of their media? Hi, I'm Sam Cedar.
Yeah, okay. So the right wing is using very few instances, or even manufacturing instances, of violence at protests. All right.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Okay, Vosh, what's up? What's up? See, before we get into anything, I want to say, why don't we begin this by being respectful? Let's begin this being respectful. Infrared will show respect to people who show us respect. We can have a nice, civil, constructive, respectful conversation. What do you think about that, my friend?
Okay, I agree to those terms, but only after an initial period of disrespect, which I'll begin by saying, why the fuck
you won't win,
are you...
But you won't win that fight. You don't
why
want to
the
do that
fuck
fight. You
are
don't
you
wanna do that fight.
spamming my Reddit and my chat debate infrared? What are you doing? Why are you spamming me? Why
I
are you...
am not spamming you. That is the power of infrared's chat, my friend. We are so powerful right now. You have 8K viewers and I have 100 viewers, and our chat is more high energy than your chat. I'm sorry to say, man, I can't control them. They're crazy out of control. We're wild, bro. We're growing so fast, and we are the future of the left on YouTube.
And I'm out of control cringing, so it's, you know, it fits. That power, that energy, we're matching it. All right, let's do it. Hit me with your best arguments. You a tanky? That's what people say.
I'm 100% tanky, 100% Stalinist, 100% Maoist, Marxism, Leninism in the age of multipolarity and the post-COVID world.
Okay, hit me up. What? I assume you're familiar with some of my arguments.
I am familiar with some of your arguments. So let's see, where do we want to begin? Let me paint a broad brush, and let's capture a bunch of arguments in one argument.
Sure.
Your view of liberalism, which is also bundled up with your view of American unipolarity, your slander and demonization of Russia as a fascist power, your defense of American unipolar liberal world order against the specter of fascism. And then we can bridge that to your views on the Capitol Hill riots, your endorsement for voting for Biden, that kind of, I want to weave these threads together.
Yeah, bring it all together. Synthesize.
What's that?
Synthesize. Bring it all together. Engage in the dialectic. Take these differing perspectives. Unify them. What do we got?
Precisely. Okay. So as I'm familiar with your argument, okay, this is how I'm going to sum it up. Basically, your idea is that it's an arithmetic, right? Liberalism is greater than fascism, better than fascism. Then therefore, socialists or communists should be pro-liberal against the fascists. Basically, that's your argument, right?
Yeah, I don't think that it's worthwhile to attack liberalism if the outcome of that attack would be a descent into fascism. I think that you need to ensure that your critiques of liberalism lead you to a better place, not a worse one.
Okay, are you familiar with Hegel's master-slave dialectic?
I am familiar with Hegel's master-slave dialectic.
Okay, so you know it's a battle for recognition. What is the battle for recognition? What is its linchpin? It's a fight to see who is willing to die, right?
Sure. I mean, that's...
Two people go at it. Whoever's proving they have more balls, they're more willing to die. Basically, they win out. They become the master, right?
I'm not entirely sure if that's a faithful interpretation of the Hegelian concept, but where does your criticism lie?
Right?
What?
Fight to the death, right?
Sure.
It's about a fight for the death, proving your life. It's the fight to the death.
Who? Wait, less allegorical. What's the criticism?
I'm telling you, politics is the same shit. You have some type of order. You have the state. You have the status quo. Whoever is willing to risk its death, with the most courage and with an alternative vision, when you're willing, if you're not willing to risk the death of the liberal order, then you prove your weakness, and then like Bernie did, then the fascists are going to come and devour you, like how you're saying. But I even object to the view that Trump is a fascist, and that there is really a looming specter of fascism that's coming from the right-wing
It's
populace.
interesting. It's crazy how tankies tend to be like the most pro-fascist people that you'll find outside of fascism.
Oh, really?
Because if they acknowledge that Trump is fascist, they would implicitly agree with the Democratic Party platform.
You seem to be supporting the Ukrainian fascists and Alexei Navalny, who is close to being a Russian ethno-fascist, and you called him a fucking civic nationalist. Why is Navalny a civic nationalist, but everyone else is a fascist? Can you answer that question?
Well, fascists are fascists.
But why is Navalny a civic nationalist, but Trump is a fascist? None of them call themselves fascists, according to you. Navalny made a video comparing Muslims. He compared Muslims to cockroaches who should be exterminated, and you called him a civic nationalist.
Why
is he a civic nationalist?
Why would a fascist call themselves a fascist? Wouldn't that kind of give the game away a little bit?
Okay, do you think Navalny's a fascist?
I think that Navalny has some very bad tendencies, but I think on the whole, he's better than Putin. I don't think he's a fascist in the way that Putin is.
Putin, for all his problems and his social conservatism or whatever, which is what...
Okay, knowing Vosh, he probably said civic nationalism and confused it with ethnic nationalism. But that's probably about it. That doesn't make somebody a fascist.
Conservatism.
Putin is not a racist. Navalny's a fucking racist.
Okay, hold on. Let's wait. I don't even care to get into this. Do you want to roll back to like the substantial argument you have against what we were talking about?
Yeah, it all goes back to the same thing. You're picking and choosing what is or isn't fascism, and based on that, you're shilling for the liberal status quo.
What is fascism? Tell me.
Historically speaking, liberals, English liberal elites, are the ones who funded fascism. It was their pet fucking project.
What is fascism? Give me a definition.
Has always been the liberal elites and the liberal world order.
Give me a definition of fascism, okay?
No, see, here's the thing with BreadTube. They see, we have a meme among our infrared people. We call your definition mongering the reduction of the meaning of words to more strings of words, the Anglo box.
I see.
You think the meaning of words is premised by something someone wrote somewhere?
Defining a concept actually reduces the meaning. What is fascism as a historical
phenomena? What historically has that word referred to?
I don't know. I think you're a fascist. Don't ask me to define fascism, though. I think you're a fascist.
Why do you think I'm a fascist? You don't even know who I am. You've never even heard of infrared, and you're calling me a fascist?
How do I need to know who you are? If words don't need to have definitions, then just tell me who you are. That's a fascist.
No. Words have sense. Words have meaning, but that meaning and that sense is not reducible to some formalistic, preemptive string of words that's written in a stone tablet.
It literally is. He's one of those people who thinks that you don't need to adhere to definitions and you can just say whatever words as long as your point comes across. And there's a minor truth to that, but when it comes to very complex and well-defined political terms, like political science and like medical science and shit, those are very important. You can't look at a doctor and go, oh, my stomach hurts, and they go, oh, okay, well, we need to operate on your lower intestine, and then you're just like, yeah, I'm getting stomach surgery, and people will be like, whole thing, like, you were getting small intestine surgery versus stomach surgery, your doctor couldn't tell you you're getting something done to your stomach and send that off to a insurance company, and then they find out that it was a different kind of thing. Whole big deal. Malpractice lawsuits, etc., etc. There's a reason words have definition.
I can't reduce the reason why you're a fascist to a formalistic
Where do you
definition.
think people writing the dictionaries get the fucking words from that they're defining the words from? They get it from actual reality.
Linguistic
if you're
fascism?
To reduce the meaning of words to another string of words, then guess what? There's no meaning to words at all. Everything's just self-referential. Yeah. There has to be a bit of actual reality to give meaning to the fucking words.
I thought I was.
Let me tell you something else, Vosh. Let me tell you something else.
I thought I was radical by being an epistemic anti-realist, but you're taking it to a whole nother level. You're like a grammatical subjective. You're like a grammatical solipsistic.
listen,
Ellipsis.
if what you are asking is for me to simplify what I think fascism is, that's fine. But I'm not going to give you a definition that's going to hold for every possible context and every possible scenario. I think there's no fucking such thing. But if you want me to sum it up, I'll say this: fascism is a historical phenomena that was that emerged in the 20s and 30s, a period that was an objective social revolution in the forces of production and in politics. You had the New Deal, you had the British welfare state, you had social democracy, and then you had Soviet communism. All of these were united by the fact that there was some kind of objective social revolution defining the era. Fascism was specifically fascism. This is how it sum up fascism. Ready? Fascism is liberalism. Fascism is liberalism as it enters into a contradiction with itself. Fascism is the psychosis of liberalism.
Okay.
The psychosis of liberalism.
What is a fascist government like?
The liberal order of the 19th century and liberal democracy objectively collapsed in this period of the 20s and the 30s.
So what is a fascist government like? Like, give me some characteristics. You know,
you just look at the example of most of these things are on the surface. Vosh, Nazi Germany called itself fascist. So did Italy.
No,
so it's kind of something on the surface.
So give me some characteristics. Like, give me like some characteristics. Like, what I'm looking at a fascist government. What does it look like? Paint a picture for me.
So Nazi Germany and Italy. You want me to paint a picture of those governments?
Yeah, well, no, not just those two, but fascism in general, because those aren't the only.
You're trying to create an abstraction that doesn't actually exist in reality, but is something that exists in thin air.
Wait, hold on. Just to be.
He's asking for characteristics of fascist governments. That's pretty on the fucking ball. How long is this fucking thing? Because I'm sure that it can... 45 fucking minutes. Yeah, we may actually just listen to it at some point. The Doctrine of Fascism by Mussolini. We can go over it. Because from what I understand, because I've never actually gone over it, to be honest, from what I understand, it actually just kind of describes America.
Wait, really quick. Just to be super clear, you are creating an abstraction. I'm asking you to dispel it.
You believe that there's some abstract criterion of it's an eternal platonic idea or some shit that's actually manifesting itself.
You know what these words mean? Are you aware of what any of the words you're using mean? You realize by asking for a set. Wait, by asking for a set of characteristics.
Listen, Vosh.
Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna mute you really quick.
I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'll wait. So, he's still talking. We can wait. That's okay.
This dude
I'll just talk to chat for a while. Hey, what's up, guys? I don't mind the yelling. It has to be back and forth. It can't just be one way or it's not fun. It has to be back and forth. We'll wait for a bit. I think you stopped talking. Okay, you here, dude? Okay, cool. So, okay, I've unmuted you. So, this is only fun for me if it's like a little back and forth. I'll give you like 70-30. You can take the 70, but I gotta get at least 30. You gotta give me a little, okay?
30. What's your 30? Tell me your 30.
Yeah, okay. I was just gonna ask a couple of questions. You know, I'm a question asker. So, first of all, my question is, and this is important, do you have any idea what any of these words mean? Because saying that I'm trying to invoke an abstraction by asking you for concrete definitions of what fascist governments look like, this is the opposite of an abstraction. So
tell me what's so concrete about this definition you're asking for.
Well,
There's nothing concrete about it.
I'm not giving you your answer.
Something in actual reality. You're asking me to locate a string of words that applies to every single circumstance in every possible fucking way.
Damn,
listen, Vosh, let me tell you something. Isn't it?
You're not asking for truth. You're just asking for words to describe the truth.
Isn't it? Okay, Vosh, for example, isn't it kind of curious that if you define fascism preemptively in the way you're saying, you can fucking apply it to the Soviet Union, to China, to North Korea, to communist states as well?
That is kind of curious, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe because those are closer to fascism than they are to communism.
Really makes you wonder.
It is
curious.
You want to know why? Because you're prejudiced by Anglo-Saxon liberalism, according to which everything outside of liberalism equals fascism. That's why you call every non-Western, every non-Anglo-Saxon white person.
You must think very little of socialism if you think socialism has to meet the definition of fascism.
You could detect in my fucking voice I'm an Arab, and you called me a fascist because you're a fucking racist. You're a Western chauvinist, right?
No.
No, I don't see race. I just assumed that you were an
You don't,
amorphous,
but you believe
aracial,
in
agendered
American
blob.
unipolar imperialism and the American boot that's down on the
Wait,
fucking necks
are
of
you-
the peoples of the world
are you
in the name of
engaging
defending against fascism.
in liberal
and you
identity politics right now?
accuse the forces of world anti-imperialism of being fascist, and you slander them on this basis. What a despicable thing, Vosh.
Are you engaging in liberal identity politics right now? Hey, you said that. Hold on, wait. I'm getting it now. You said that liberalism is when it meets a contradiction, it becomes fascism. And you, despite wait, hold on. Wait, I need to mute you because I'm on a brain blast right now. So you said that you are not a liberal, but you're engaging in liberal identity politics. So there's a contradiction there. So you're a liberal engaging in a contradiction. You're a fascist, bro. Now I know. Thank you. You provided me the definition through showing, not telling. I appreciate that.
Dumbass. Vosh, you muted me because you know I'm going to demolish you when you.
No, it's because I wanted to preserve the structure of the joke. You were going to interrupt the punchline. You're not muted right now. You're not muted.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted, but you were going to ruin the punchline because you.
Let me respond to that.
This
Vosh.
is what I mean.
First of all, the idea that you need to be a liberal to recognize Anglo-Saxon chauvinism and white supremacy is a joke. It's almost quite the contrary, actually. Oftentimes, what you're calling liberal identity politics is actually a vehicle for Anglo-Saxon chauvinism.
Sounds pretty liberal to me, dude.
To disguise itself in opportunistic terms. Second of all, this is
Are you still with her?
Issue. This is my issue with your definition mongering, Vosh. And you know, when you let me speak, I'm going to beat you. You are demolished. You are wrecked. I am beating you right now. Chat, witness the downfall of
Were you a big
Titan.
Obama?
So, if you've noticed so far, because I've just been going and laughing along while putting in some little notes about things, because there's no real arguments being put forth, actually. It's just infrared being really dumb. I love this video.
I'm a fan. I'm hearing a lot of hope and change in your voice.
Let's continue. I told you fascism is liberalism psychosis, and you said this must be an alternative. Every time there's any type of possible what I qualify as a contradiction, that must mean that you're a fascist. You're trying to see. This is how you fucking bread tube Destiny fucking B tier Destiny fucking YouTubers and content creators.
See, he got really upset over what was obviously stated to be a joke. So I don't know what's going on there. A little triggered there.
You just copied off of Destiny's
B for
style.
big dick.
Listen. Destiny's whole fucking axiomatic, systemic, whatever fucking thing, you're trying to make that compatible with socialism. Destiny is actually right when he's debating all of you fucking people. He's actually the consistent one.
Sounds pretty liberal.
You're trying to mingle in Marxism and socialism, all this kind of shit. With that, and Destiny's just the more fucking consistent one.
Hey guys,
that's why he wrecks all of you breadtube people in fucking debates.
Guys,
whenever
I've never actually seen Destiny wreck. Okay, I can't say I've never seen it because I've watched him debate Mike from PA. He did beat Lance from the Serfs. That was a pretty bad debate on their part. He was wrong on the is AOC economically illiterate thing, but outside of that, Mike actually did well there. With the knowledge that, because I did learn something, it was Mike who said that when you have money like Bezos does, you don't actually like sell your assets. You take loans out and put that up as collateral because the interest and everything, you don't pay taxes on the loan. And Destiny was just like, why would you take loans out when you have the assets that you can just look at? And Mike was right. I can admit this. I don't like Mike, but he was right. I also don't like Destiny, so, that doesn't hurt.
I watched the debate between you guys and Destiny. Destiny's always won.
Am I right or wrong? Or is the English...
Every time I've watched a debate between Vosh and Destiny, Vosh has always won. And I haven't seen all of them, but every time I've watched a debate between them, Vosh has been super consistent on all of his points.
Language derivative of Eurocentric colonialism. Is this motherfucker speaking English at me right now? Is that unironically what this so-called socialist is doing?
This is the fucking point, Vosh. The reason you defend child pornography is because you don't understand you don't understand that.
He has never actually defended child pornography. He has used it as a admittedly bad way to argue against supply chains from big corporations. So just keep that in mind. He's never defended it. He's actually said that if you find it to be immoral because it harms children, you should also be against capitalist production modes.
That meaning can't be reducible in this robotic, mechanical fucking way to more strings of words. So based on this abstract robotic arithmetic of yours, you found equivalences to lead you to the conclusion that actually there's nothing wrong with holding child pornography because you know what? You're actually having computers from the middle of Central Africa. Therefore, I can say a sociopathic, completely antisocial, fucking anti-human thing.
I don't speak colonizer. I don't know what you're saying, dude. I'm losing it.
Is that what meaning means to you? You lost, Vosh. You lost. It's a wrap. I won. Vosh is checked. I just beat your fucking daddy. How does it feel? How does it feel? How does it feel? Infrared is rising. How does it feel? Tell me how it feels, Vosh.
It feels like I'm cringing and it hurts, so I think you are winning, actually. Hold on,
Vosh. Infrared. You just made us fucking viral. You propelled us into the stratosphere by letting me on. You don't know where we came from, Vosh.
All right, that's enough cringe. That was fun for about... That was fun up until the last minute, I'd say, actually. All right, well, we had our fun. This is a troll? Kind of hard to tell, you know? Some people are just like that. I can't believe I got paid $200 for that. Can you believe it? Can't believe that guy was speaking a Eurocentric colonialist language at me. Whew. Eesh. That's a pretty yikes right there.
Yeah.
That was worse than socialism MMA? Yeah, maybe. Shouldn't.
We don't need to worry about the... And he just gets to sit there and listen to him talking shit. Okay. And then we're going to get to the big one. I have to actually, I'm going to be talking to Froge again about this debate. So, we're going to listen to this one fairly closely. And we're going to take notes and analyze it a bit and figure out who was doing better, who had stronger arguments. I already know who I think won this. And break down why I think particular arguments are wrong, or particular premises are wrong. But we're gonna do that when I come back from break, because it's about that time. Yay! So enjoy this one.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare!
I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show off early last time.
I had no idea this was going to happen! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare!
I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that even Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! 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 I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.
Are we fucking ready for this? Because I am. No, I'm not. I lied.
All right. I am now joined by Aaron Green. Aaron, since this is your first time here, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Aaron. I mostly play Pokemon on Twitch. I'm also very passionate about politics. I've been dipping my toes into that since 2016. Not really, been all that into the debate sphere, so this is kind of my first foray into that, but I'm very excited to get started.
All right, cool. Well, I guess I just want to say to preface this that, well, first of all, I should say something about how we came to be here and why we're doing this, and then kind of what we had in mind. Originally, the idea had come up of me debating somebody else on this topic, and that didn't end up happening. But I thought, this actually, I think this would be a worthwhile discussion to have. Sort of, put out a call for volunteers, and Aaron stepped up. So we are going to do this. I should also say that because of the way things happen to work out, there's also going to be another upcoming thing, maybe next week, on the same topic with Sam Adler-Bell and Matthew Sitman from the Know Your Enemy podcast. Since on that podcast, they had talked a little bit, an episode they did like a week ago or something, about the article that Daniel Bessner and I wrote for Jacobin about this. This is the one, Trump's threat to democracy. That doesn't mean that he's winning. I'd also around the same time written an article for The Nation called Prosecuting Every Participant in the Capitol Riot is a Mistake. So you can go find out those things to see, kind of how all this started. But as far as what we have in mind, we're going to keep this short and sweet. I think what we talked about was doing kind of 5-minute openings. I mean, we don't, have to have an egg timer if that's, and then 5-minute closings, and in between like half an hour of discussion. And, if we have any super chat questions, we'll take those. But, generally speaking, I think the point of this isn't to try to like rhetorically rip each other's throats out or anything. It's because it's an interesting topic. It's one that lots of people are not entirely sure what to think about some aspects of it. I certainly think it's entirely possible that that Aaron has run into things about this that are relevant that I haven't, and I'll learn stuff from it. But the idea is really to have a chill, comradely sort of debate. But Aaron, would you prefer to go first, or for me to, or how do you want to do this? It's up to you.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind going first. I do want to preface things with, we both relatively are on the left. I think we're going to agree with a lot of things here. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of like, back and forth, ripping each other's throats out, as you put it. I think it's a lot of it is just going to focus on the small things that we do disagree on, and just highlighting those. So I did go ahead and write an opening statement, if you don't mind.
Please.
So I did read the piece that you wrote on Jacobin, and it opens with the claim that, yes, January 6th was bad, but fascism is not coming to America. And then it goes on to postulate that because Trump didn't literally restructure our society, a feat that I believe would be nigh impossible today, that means that he can't be a fascist. You define fascism specifically speaking within the framework of classical European fascism, following the fascistic path to power in order to achieve rule. But I think it's more that CEF is like a type of fascism rather than a broad definition. And I think that many types of fascism can exist under that umbrella. If we take a look at Umberto Eco's Il Fascismo Eterno, he describes fascism with 14 specific things that would suggest a leader has fascistic tendencies. I would say, personally, that I believe Trump and even a good portion of the mainstream right wing fits at least a dozen of these as it is today. I would think that what he and his allies did leading up to the riot and the breaching of the Capitol would even rise to the level of stochastic terrorism. George Carlin had a number of things to say about fascism and its definition. And to your point about George W. Bush, he rightfully called out the actions of the Bush administration as fascistic. Even the founder of fascism himself, Benito Mussolini, had this to say about fascism. Those who perceive nothing beyond opportunistic considerations in the religious policy of the fascistic regime fail to realize that fascism is not only a system of government, but also and above all, a system of thought. So I don't subscribe to the narrow definition presented in your article here. And according to my research, neither do most scholars. To say that fascism is not on the brink in America when you have a functionally different definition of fascism than most people, I believe is irresponsible at best and is carrying water for the right at worst.
Okay. So, all right. Well, I guess the first thing that I would say is that so there are two issues here, right? So there's the fascism debate and the how to think about January 6th debate, and we were covering both of them in the article because I think they're very linked in the minds of a lot of people who did strongly believe that January 6th should be put in the attempted coup category, and because they thought that this was something that was being done by fascists or attempting to bring about fascism maybe. So I guess just starting with the what is fascism debate, I think that anytime you talk about fascism, I mean definitions are all over the place. Umberto Eco's definition, I mean, he's a novelist, so maybe unsurprisingly, I think it's very focused on the rhetoric of fascism, rather than what fascists are really doing. But also if you look at like Leon Trotsky's writings about fascism in the 30s, they really emphasize the idea that this is a street fighting like movement to physically wipe out socialist, communist, workers' organizations. If you look at the Dimitrov's, in the capital C, communist movements definition of fascism, talks a lot about the sort of terror, like most extreme terroristic version of like right-wing capitalist dictatorship. But I think any kind of like all those guys, of course, are talking about classical European fascism. And if you have some broader definition of fascism, then you can fit in other things. But I think anytime you're referring to something as being fascist, there is an implicit analogy to classical European fascism, or at the very least, since whatever it refers to, we all agree that it refers to that. There's a lot of things have been called fascist. Like I think, every American president, probably since World War II, has one time or another been called fascist by at least some of his enemies. Certainly George W. Bush was, as you mentioned. Even Clinton and Obama, there are people on the right calling them fascists. There was.
Well, there are reasons to call Obama and Clinton and Biden and Trump and Bush and Reagan all fascists. And we'll cover the reason why in a little bit. I stood up so that y'all could see I am still here. I'm writing and everything. I'm just busy. I'm sitting down and doing something, so I am getting something ready. But I'm here, I'm listening, and I'm taking notes. That's part of the reason it's taking so long to do this. This is a fairly long discussion. It ends about an hour in. Yeah. So, there's that. And we're going to be taking notes on all of it.
This is a very, very common accusation. But I think anytime there's any kind of accusation of being a fascist or or analysis of something as fascist, there's some kind of analogy or some kind of analysis that whatever it is that made classical European fascism what it was is this. I think one of the reasons that Danny and I in that article were resistant to rhetorical definitions of fascism as like this is the thing that made classical European fascism so distinctive, from other kinds of right wing movements, is that that it's certainly true that you're going to find rhetorical similarities between Trumpism and classical European fascism, but I think you're also going to find rhetorical similarities between both of them and lots of right-wing and conservative movements before and since, because they're all drawing on the same wells, right? I mean, there's going to be lots of stuff about family and order and tradition and all that stuff, because that's just conservatism. And I think that what in our view makes classical European fascism most distinct is that it does have this kind of street fighting mass movement that actually, when it comes to power, overthrows the regular institutions of capitalist democracy and bans opposition parties and does all those things that, as you say, I agree with you, like really couldn't have happened in the last 4 years under these conditions in the United States. I don't think any of that's really true of Trump, and I want to get in just a minute to like why this is important, because we also tried to cover that in the article, because I can see somebody listening to all this and saying, okay, but like you're arguing about words, like what does it really matter whether we label it this way, a toxic horrible rose like Trumpism, by any other name is just as rancid, So I do want to get to that, but just real quickly on January 6th itself. So our view about that is that it was an ugly and terrible riot. I don't think we're downplaying it. I also don't want to upplay it. I want to just be accurate about it. And it's certainly grotesque that Trump egged it on in the way that he did. But the idea that it's a coup or a serious attempt at a coup or anything like that just seems a little off, because there's never any chance that the military would have sided with it, which is what would have been necessary to overthrow the government. It's not clear that that's even how most people there exactly saw their goal. I don't think that they thought that 800 mostly unarmed people could overthrow the most powerful, well-armed state in the history of the world. And I think that even the sort of this terminology, the insurrection, that always seems very funny to me, because it's like we're sort of going back to this like kind of 19th century like thesaurus to find the insurrection, and that I think the fact that we now know very few people there were armed. In fact, for a right-wing protest, remarkably few. Some people did act violently, and those people should absolutely be prosecuted. But nobody fired a weapon, even, except for the police, nobody seems to have attempted to fire a weapon and had the gun jam or anything like that. And there was widespread reports at the time that Officer Brian Sicknick was clubbed over the head with a fire extinguisher and later died of his injuries. The coroner later said that wasn't the case. That there was a while where they're saying, well, maybe it was bear spray, and then the coroner said, nope, that's not the case. Ended up ruling as a heart condition. I'm sure that was exacerbated by the stress of having to deal with a riot. I don't doubt that for a second. But if the shoe were on the other foot, and instead of being a riot that was, brought about by lies that Trump told about winning the election, it was a riot for a much more, for a different cause that I would feel differently about. Something that happened, in the summer of 2020, perhaps. I don't think that either of us would say that somebody who died of a heart attack because the stress of dealing with the riot, the cop who died under those conditions, was killed by the rioters, which just leaves the people who were the rioters themselves who were killed, and that seems like even that. There were reports that at one time there were widespread reports that someone was trampled to death, but apparently they had a amphetamine overdose. That's what the coroner and the official reports say. There were the widespread pictures, the guy with the zip ties, which seems to have been the main reason that was given to think that there was some intention or possibility of widespread kidnapping. Of kidnapping plots, but that's not any part of the charging documents now. They say that was a person who didn't come with zip ties.
Okay, that is irrelevant. Just because they picked up zip ties later doesn't mean they weren't hunting to try and find Congress people. Oh my god. There's video evidence of them saying that they're trying to find Congress people.
They picked up zip ties that were dropped by cops. And I guess I know I've been going on for a while, so I'll just leave it there. And you were very short and sweet with your opening, so you can take all the time you want in response to this. But I think that none of this is to say that it's not the case that there were creepy militia people who were there, who had all kinds of terrible fantasies, and maybe some of them under other circumstances would have made a more serious effort to carry that out. I think that's all true. But since there was no serious attempt to do any of that, then it looks to me less like a coup or even insurrection, which I guess technically accurate, feels a little inflated to me. It looks like a riot, and political riots are bad, and particularly political riots for unjust causes that are caused by politicians' irresponsible lies.
I'm not gonna lie, coming back and listening to this for a third time, because I've listened to some of it earlier, and then I listened to all of it at work, but I was at work, and going back over this again, Ben's rhetoric here, the time listening to it at work earlier, that was. I was already a little disturbed by it, but his constant conflation of things. Oh, it was just a political riot, and political riots are bad. BLM is a political riot in some instances. It did evolve into riots in some instances, which I absolutely support. But, I mean, fuck. Ben, come on.
Are really bad, and anybody who's involved, anybody who did anything violent should certainly be prosecuted. But I'm much less worried about the threat that 800 boomer conspiracy theorists pose to the institutions of democracy than I am by the possibility of expansion of the security state, draconian crackdowns, that might be justified because of it, which is why I think we're engaging with this otherwise kind of pointless, what do you call it, debate in the first place. So that'd be my take. I'm going to shut up now.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. So just very briefly, there's a lot to address there. I would say that I think intent matters. I think we prosecute people on intent all the time in our justice system. We do with intent to murder, or if someone has a huge cache of drugs and intent to distribute or something like that. So I don't think that it's right for us to completely dismiss the intent of the Capitol rioters or the groups that were organizing people to come, at the very least. I think it's worth addressing that, even if they weren't successful, even if they, you know, had no real state power behind them or anything like that. I think it is important to recognize their intent there and um, do something about that to set the standard forward so that, you know, we show as a society that this is not acceptable under our legal system. Um, I would just say that, you know, a lot of those people that were there are, yeah, boomer QAnon people. Um, QAnon is, you know, kind of like a wild conspiracy cult almost at this point. It's become a religion in a lot of people's eyes, even, or something similar to. And fascism, if you read Benito Mussolini's Doctrine of Fascism, he likens fascism itself to almost a religion or way of living, or, you know, you can be any kind of person you are, but you must have these set beliefs. And I think they kind of go hand in hand here. I think it's, you know, even if, you know, these people who had these beliefs so religiously, they held them so close to their heart that, you know, if we just get into the Capitol and we can get a hold of some politicians, then the people upstairs will turn around and the storm will come and all that stuff. You remember the storm that they were threatening about with QAnon or whatever, where it was like some government official or something like that that was on the inside. That's who Q was supposed to be, was like an inside government official. And he was supposed to like bring the coming of the storm and like wipe out all the pedophiles that were taking children or whatever crazy thing that they had in their heads. But they truly believed that they would have that level of support. And, you know, when people like Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump himself were, you know, having rallies day of and encouraging people to go out and do this, people kind of get whipped up into the fervor of it. I would say that for some people, this was, yes, an attempt to overturn the results of the election and install Donald Trump as president. I think for a good chunk of people, that's what this was about on January 6th. There were a lot of people, a lot of the like older boomer types that were there just for the event because they thought of it as a Trump event, I think, and not necessarily grasping the weight of the situation. I think anybody who breached the Capitol and went into the building should be prosecuted. Absolutely, that absolutely should be prosecuted. Anybody that was just kind of like there in the park or whatever, that was just doing the thing, fine, you know, leave them alone. That they didn't really do anything wrong. But I think that we do need to set the standard. We do need to prosecute the people that did the action of breaking in. For a lot of these people, it was real. For a lot of them, it was. And I don't know if you watched the testimony yesterday from some of the officers that were there, but some of them did incur like actual real harm. A couple of them were diagnosed with PTSD later, and now have to deal with that for the rest of their lives. The weight of the action, the effects that it had on those officers' families. Like I'm a big ACAB girl. I don't really believe in any of that stuff. But even I, you know, having those beliefs, feel empathy for those officers for having dealt with that. And dealt with those people. But during the testimony, they played recordings of people that were there, and they showed like group messages and conversations and stuff like that. And it showed that yes, there was to some degree a level of organization within some of these right-wing groups, like the Boogaloos or the Proud Boys or whoever it ended up being, that they attempted to, yes, that was their goal, was to overturn the results of the election and make sure that Donald Trump was instated. Now, for them, it wasn't overturn the results. It was, oh, this person actually won. We need to do right by our country. We are patriots, right? It goes back to that religion example that I made. because they truly believe this. A lot of them did, and a lot of them still do. And I would argue that it's not responsible for us to ignore intent in this case. I think it is, kind of it's a big historical event. So I think historical language is appropriate for it. So, calling it something like insurrection, I think is good because it is a word that you don't hear a lot. It is something that isn't very common. And it sticks out in a lot of people's minds. And I think that's appropriate for an event that, we haven't seen that level of political violence in the United States for a long time. And, I think it's important to recognize that for what it was. Some of these wild groups that have just gone off the rails the last 4 years have, and they're not going away. Trump not being president anymore, Biden being president is not making these people go away.
No, it's not.
I think if anything, it's just going to make them more encouraged for the future, and almost steadfast in their beliefs, even more so than they were before.
Yeah, so I guess one thing that I really want to pick up on that, and then maybe we can get some questions from the chat, or you can respond however you want to do it. But is the violence question, and how much of a precedent there is, and then what the prosecutorial response should be. And I like that. I mean, this is not a slam. I mean, real world, the life is full of times when things that we care about are in tension with each other. But I like the honesty, right, about that tension between ACAB and the sort of level of concern, about the outcomes to cops. But I think that on the violence question, it's certainly true that there was definitely like real violence that happened there. No murders. One killing, and we can argue about whether it was justified or not of Ashley Babbitt, but certainly no killings from the other end. Or attempted killings. People often point out that it's entirely possible that if they'd run into some particularly hated politician, that there are people there who would have, and I do think that's possible. I also think they probably would have been massacred by the Capitol cops if anybody had laid hands on a member of Congress. But I think there was it's certainly true that the intention was to, in their minds, right, stop quote unquote the steal unquote, that they had been lied to, that Trump had won, and that the goal was to have that. Certainly the goal of the initial protest, was to protest what they thought was this injustice of the stolen election. Now, if we go from that goal, right, the goal of the protest, that this horrible unjust thing's going on and we're going to stop it, to what the intention was of streaming into to the Capitol. As you say, QAnon is very culty. I think probably there were people there who, in some incredibly confused, poorly thought out way in their minds, thought that somehow they were capable of stopping the election, or if they weren't capable of it, then at least they're making this patriotic display would cause, whatever, the storm to happen, that, the people who were capable of it would finally step in, in some way. But I think that it is a sort of spasm of rage, which is also, I think, an important point from my perspective, that this didn't happen. This happened because of the weakness of Trump's position. That he would have obviously loved it if some of those big beautiful generals had stepped in and said he got to stay president, but they weren't. Right, and a whole series of Republican-appointed, even Trump-appointed judges had essentially laughed his lawsuits out of court. Done everything short of, writing "lol, fuck no" on a piece of paper and passing it back. Even Pence, wasn't going along, with anything he wanted, which was part of why this happened in the first place and why they were so riled up. And then this is what it was sort of resorted to, is 800 middle-aged conspiracy theorists, storming the Capitol. And as far as prosecution and violence, I would push back against the claim about how unprecedented it was. I mean, there was certainly violence against cops. It was something that is the unique thing about it, the disturbing thing about it. Well, the two unique and disturbing things about it are, one, that it was egged on, by Trump, and two, that it took place in such an important location. I think those were the two things that stood out about it. But just having that level of political violence was not particularly unique. I mean, there were there were several cases last summer of riots or the protests that turned into riots, where you had dozens of cops who were injured, in some cases by mortars or other explosive devices. And that's, I don't want to minimize how traumatic something like that can be. I agree with you, and I have all the same. I think I agree that we should be able to hold both those thoughts in our heads, that the way that policing works in the United States is violent and militaristic and authoritarian and racist and should change. But also that doesn't mean you can't sympathize with with a cop who's.
That's pretty fucking disgusting. Oh, having that level of political violence isn't unique, and then just cites BLM riots as proof of this. This wasn't motivated in an electoral thing. This was motivated this was a sociological movement. This was a civil rights movement, which involves politics, because everything fucking does. Is the police shooting somebody a politically violent move? Yes and no. In a general, broader sense, yes, because the police are beholden to political institution of the state and blah, 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 and so they're acting in a manner, and there's people who are elected in the police departments, and so technically it could be. Plus, there's the sociological political nature of the systemic racism and the police shooting people with less power, going back to strike breakers and slave catcher days, and the racism and blah 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 blah. In a broad sense, yes, it could be, but in general, no. It's considered a sociological issue, not a political issue. BLM is a sociological movement, not a political movement. It has political elements, but there's kind of a distinction. It's a polysociological movement.
Gone through a traumatic experience. I agree with that. But as traumatic as the experience is, I'm much more concerned about the precedent that's being set. So when I think about the idea of prosecuting every single person who breached the Capitol, right? Everybody who walked in there, when you're protesting I mean, I've been in my life to several protests, where people at some point, sort of burst through police lines, or went to an area where people weren't supposed to go to, as kind of a show of defiance. I don't think it's that uncommon. I also don't, I think that certainly, like during the Vietnam War, I'm not.
That's a disgusting downplay of what has happened at the Capitol. Honestly, Ben, you're better than that. I want to talk to you about that. I'm taking notes about this. I would talk to you about this. This was fucking ridiculous.
Not that old, but during the Vietnam War era, when occupations of buildings were a very common protest tactic, this sort of rifling through offices and stealing stuff and having your picture taken sitting in somebody's chair, that's all pretty standard too. And what I particularly think of when I think about these suggestions about every single person who went into the Capitol, even if all they did was wander around chanting slogans, maybe even incendiary or disgusting slogans, and taking selfies and maybe taking things that. I think what I immediately think of is the Wisconsin protests in 2011, after to try to stop the law to take away collective bargaining rights, and once again there you had people disruptively, illegally storming, in that case it's the Capitol building, and I'm very, I'd have been very disturbed if every single person who did that, even if they didn't do any violence while they were there, just going in, was prosecuted. And I'm generally pretty worried about the idea that that any protest that turns into a riot, or any protest that includes elements of a riot, where some people who are there riot, that gets like a really harsh response, because if that had been the prosecutorial approach. I mean, not that lots of people weren't unjustly, arrested and all of that, but I mean that last summer, I think that would have been a disaster if the sort of left-wing movements that I very much hope will come about in the future happen. Then I'd be very worried about the precedent there, that even if you yourself don't do anything violent, if you are in a place you're not allowed to be, you've entered a government building illegally, or you've or other people there have done something violent, that you're prosecuted for that. I think that's a dangerous precedent for us to endorse, and this really gets at what, to my mind, is part of why this is important, because I already see instances in which talk of right-wing extremists is used to do a lot of things that remind me uncomfortably of the early 2000s war on terror. The sort of regular but vague, ominous warnings, the cases like the kidnapping plot against Gretchen Whitmer here in Michigan, where it seems like all but like 6 of the people involved seem to have been informants, which reminds me of all of the uncovered plots, during the first war on terror that turned out to be like one like lonely mentally ill Muslim guy who was convinced over the course of months, to be involved in a bombing plot. Oh, sorry, you're muted if you were trying to interject. But anyway, so all of that worries me, I think, more than the thing itself does. And I think that to my mind, that's one reason why it's important not to get too swept up in this. And when I hear like Biden saying this is the most important attack on democracy in 150 years, think, well, hold on, what about, first of all, just as a matter of history, what about all the civil rights workers who were actually killed registering people to vote? I mean, those strike me as more significant attacks on democracy, but that seems like the sort of thing that certainly sounds to me.
Okay, yes, they were trying to sign people up to vote. That is an attack on democracy, and they were killed. They weren't trying to stop the certification of an election that was legitimate on orders of the president. That is an attack on democracy. I hate to fucking tell you this, Ben, but you're being really fucking dumb.
Like it's gearing up for crackdowns on extremists, and I worry that if that happens, right-wing extremists won't be the only extremists who get cracked down on.
Yeah, no.
Well, no, I mean, that is the only concern he has that I think is legitimate.
I agree with you to an extent. I think primarily in the summer there were actually instances of something like that happening where people were getting picked up off the street by unmarked vans with unmarked officers that were in totally plain clothes, and none of that was really, I don't know, made apparent to anybody there. Like if you've got that kind of stuff already happening, I don't know. I would ask you to take a look at the context in which we live today. If your concern is with the right to privacy and with the police state and stuff like that and surveillance, I would argue that your goal should be to, I don't know, push for the dismantling of the NSA or something like that, because these agencies already exist, and this kind of stuff that you're talking about has already happened. Everything from the early 2000s, where there were vast overreaches as far as like rights violations and stuff like that. I mean, you look at even the TSA, it still exists today, and it essentially only exists to pat people down, and doesn't really, the numbers don't really support the amount of funding that they get. So, but I don't know. I think the world we live in today is already pretty scary as far as that goes. I think if your argument is that calling it a coup or calling Trump a fascist or prosecuting these people that stepped over the line and intruded on the Capitol building, if you think that would equate to a slippery slope that would lead to something like an NSA 2.0 or something like that, I would ask that you kind of show some harm there to support your argument, because I don't see any calculable harm that could come of prosecuting people for committing crimes that we already prosecute people for. We even, like I said about the the picking people up from the side of the street, like those people were just protesters. They weren't committing any crime. They weren't committing any violence.
True.
And these people were just whoop, all right, gone, see ya. So I don't know. I think it's the context in which you're trying to make that argument doesn't fit with the world we live in today after post 9/11, post security state.
Yeah. By the way, I should say,
I do want to interject. I am 1 subscriber away from reaching my goal of 50 subs, and then the new sub thing will go. But I'll do something for 50 subs, and then when I hit 100 subs, and then when I hit 500 subs, I can do special things when that happens. But until then, I'm 1 away from 50. Yay! Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Somebody in the chat, I do not have the chat anymore, brought up something that I see very frequently brought up in these discussions as sort of treated as a serious piece of evidence about this, which is the noose in the protest, not in the Capitol but outside. But I've never really understood what significance that's being invested with. That seems like a pretty common thing. I mean, there are, like, you can Google guillotine plus protest, and you will find several examples of protests that you and I probably would both support. Where somebody had a guillotine, there's like out as a like prop in the protest. I think that you can certainly argue about the more sinister connotations, but I think that the idea of something like that seems like obviously a symbolic prop to me. And I think and once again, I really dislike the precedent of treating that as like evidence of intention to actually literally use it to kill somebody.
Sure.
But I'm what you said. Look, first of all, yes, the NSA should be dismantled. If that's not clear, right? I mean, that's certainly my position. I was horrified by all the post 9/11 security state expansions, the Patriot Act, the indefinite detention, all of that stuff. In fact, I mean, often, that was one of the formative political experiences of my life is having, being a sort of Chomsky leftist, during the original war on terror. And oftentimes in these discussions, I'm kind of uncomfortably reminded of that. And I'm not at all saying that you've done this, right? But I mean, just to set the larger context, because very often I think I see people in these discussions treating, saying, I don't think this is well understood, that this is really a coup or, anything like that. I think it's an ugly riot carried out by bad people with bad politics, because they were lied to. But I think that's all it was. That's often registered as sympathy, for the rioters, which reminds me very uncomfortably of being told that, that like you were soft on Al Qaeda, if you were against the wars or against the security state expansions. Al Qaeda is also a extreme right wing, awful organization that stands for everything that I hate, but I think that having a sense of perspective, they weren't this huge threat to Western civilization they're portrayed as being, is important in that situation. And I think it's important to have sense of perspective on the Capitol rioters, not having been some huge threat to institutions of regular capitalist democracy. But I guess the last thing I'd say to this about this before throwing it back to you is that this idea that it's already so bad, that we shouldn't worry about setting precedents that could make it even worse, which I think certainly, again.
Okay, what precedents are getting set? They already track people down using social media who have committed crimes, so that's something that they're currently doing. It's already a precedent that you can arrest people for breaking and entering to places they're not supposed to be, which the locked Capitol building where they were doing vote certification was definitely a place they weren't supposed to fucking be. Regardless of if the president says they can. It's not the president to say that they're allowed to go in there. It's not his building. There's already laws for against like certain forms of rioting and shit, which I generally will disagree with, but it's not about whether I agree with it or not, but there's laws against this kind of thing. They broke windows to be able to get in. They assaulted police officers. They actively tried to hunt down members of Congress. I mean, these are all things that are illegal. So, what bad precedent is getting set by going after people for breaking multiple laws when we do this already, using all the same fucking tactics that they're currently using? They've done it before, they do it again. This is not an increase to the security state. This is continuation of the security state. Like, Ben's a logic professor, but it's very obvious he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about right now.
In Wisconsin, it's not the case that everybody, who stormed, who was in illegally occupying the Capitol was prosecuted for that. Even, despite, and yeah, I think both are true. There were extremely heavy-handed police state tactics used in some cases, especially by the Department of Homeland Security, another agency that shouldn't exist in Portland. That's true, right? But it is also true that lots of people, had, illegally entered government buildings whatsoever, weren't necessarily prosecuted for that. And this idea that it's already so bad that we shouldn't worry about setting precedents for it being worse or sort of feeding into ideological justifications that can be used for making it worse. The sort of what I would see as an overblown concern about extremists that is going to be used to justify making it worse reminds me a little bit of a different kind of argument that last year I'd often have with a different kind of leftist, which is that and I mean, I lived in a swing state, and so look, I voted for Bernie Sanders with a song in my heart in the primary. I voted for Joe Biden in the general election with I didn't literally put a clothespin on my nose, but that was the spirit of it. I did that very unhappily, but I thought that was the necessary thing to do. I don't think Trump's a fascist, but I do think he's a Republican, and Republicans do dangerous things. They appoint, hardcore union busters to the National Labor Relations Board. They try to deregulate, etc. And oftentimes in arguments with other leftists who didn't share that position, they'd say, look, you're all these things you're saying about Trump. I mean, look how bad Biden is, true. Right, and look at how bad things already were before Trump. True. Look at how it's already so bad that we shouldn't worry about getting worse was always the sort of the structure of that argument. And I never really accepted that. It always seemed like, well, no, I mean, things are extremely bad, but they could absolutely get worse, and we should worry about them getting worse, and so the same way that I didn't want Trump to be reelected, because I thought that, I thought that as bad as things were, they could absolutely get worse if that happened. I'm also worried about sort of propping up the justifications for expansions of the security state, for the idea that that we need like a war on terror on domestic extremists, which has been very much in the air, and if this really is the greatest attack on democracy in 150 years, then that's that would justify like an increased level of state vigilance and maybe put other concerns to the side. I mean, if democracy is really under severe threat, then I can understand that. Now, if it really was, the fact that it would have bad consequences wouldn't mean that we shouldn't say so. I mean, we should say true things, even if those true things might lead to.
Oh, if our democracy was actually under threat from the people who were coming in to try and stop the legitimate election from being certified so that they could install and retain their clearly fascistic president that they elected last time in office. They wanted to retain him because they didn't think that the election was legitimate. That's not an attack on democracy. Yes, it fucking is, Ben. What the fuck is wrong with you right now? This debate's already lost on Ben's point. Like, Aaron Green has handled Ben Burgess.
Bad things happening, but since I don't think it's true, then that's why I'm concerned.
Well, that's your feelings, Ben.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get where you're coming from, and I totally agree with you. I think things can get worse. That wasn't my intention or the argument I was trying to make.
Things can get worse, yes.
I just think that I don't see why downplaying it is important. I don't see what harm is going to come to the left by not using this language. I think first and foremost, anyway, like the behavior of the average Twitter user or the average leftist that you run into, that's totally irrelevant. I think what we should be looking at if we want to be using language is we should be saying, okay, well, the news media is, using this language and promoting these words and stuff like that. That's who we should be focused on, is the groups with the power to control the conversation and the language they're using. We should criticize them. But I think that, historically, when you take a look at the things that Trump did, I believe that, he may not rise to the level of a fascist simply by saying, if he's not consciously a fascist, you know what I mean? Like he's not like, okay, I'm a fascist and this is what I want and this is how I'm going to get it and blah, 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 all this stuff. No, I think he is very selfish and very greedy. And I think that he will use whatever means necessary to get what he wants. But I think that, the actions that he took a lot of times did rise to the level of what you would expect from a fascist leader. If you're saying that Trump's not a fascist simply because he doesn't have that conscious thought, sure, I agree with you. But if you're saying that Trump's not a fascist because the actions that he's taken don't rise to that level, that's a totally different argument.
Yeah, I don't think they do rise to that level. And I think that we can, like, one way of making this really concrete from my perspective is to think about the, COVID epidemic, that like Trump's response to the pandemic was disgusting and indefensible, but not really in a fascist way, sort of in exactly the opposite way. That if you would think that somebody intent on an authoritarian power grab, that this is the golden opportunity of all golden opportunities. This is a unprecedented crisis that has I mean, the things that that did happen, last year everywhere in the world, right? We're without precedent in responses to infectious diseases, and good, right? I mean, to be really clear about this, we misinterprets that, that I think that we did need to have those restrictions, and we should have given people more meaningful economic support so they could stay home, but we did need to have the restrictions, but the like if you wanted to consolidate your power, then this is just a perfect opportunity to do that. I mean, just handed from the universe on a silver platter, that in terms of centralizing, federal employees, federal power. That I mean, you actually did have countries where that was the response, like Viktor Orban in Hungary. I mean, they basically transferred a lot of extra power to the president, and like really did like do this very.
Incompetence isn't an argument against fascism, Ben. Just because he's bad at it doesn't mean he isn't a fascist. Just because he doesn't say that he's a fascist doesn't mean he's not a fascist. You have to look at the actions he takes, and they are definitely fascistic. And his cabinet was like Nazis and shit.
Ugly authoritarian power grab, whereas Trump's response to that was exactly the opposite. I mean, man, I could have used a little more fascism, in that circumstance. That's going to be clipped.
Yeah, probably would, but the word you're looking for, you're conflate. Okay.
But like it wasn't nearly authoritarian enough, that it's instead it was criminally negligent, it was just ignoring it, and letting people die. So I don't think his actions fit that. I think that Trump, by and large, I think that some of the immigration stuff,
by and large, cites one fucking thing,
was worse than what other Republicans would have done. That's certainly despicable. But I think that for the most part, Trump in most areas govern, pretty much the way that that Mitt Romney would have if he had won in 2012. Pretty much the way that John McCain would have if he governed.
No, definitely not. And also, Trump was kneecapped hardcore. He was kneecapped because he did have more moderate Republicans who wouldn't go along with some of the shit that he definitely wanted to do. His generals wouldn't go along with some of the shit he wanted to do. The Supreme Court would block some of the shit he wanted to do. Are you forgetting, Ben, that the Supreme Court overturned a lot of his shit?
If he won in 2008, pretty much the way that George W. Bush actually did. And, I mean, I know you said that you actually did think that,
The thing here is our institutions and Trump's incompetence were just strong enough. Like, he was very incompetent, and our institutions are just strong enough that even though he was fascistic and narcissistic and tried to take more power for himself and essentially do things without Congress at all, that he was bad at it, and again, our institutions are strong enough that they were able to weather it. Those are the reasons that he wasn't able to get as much shit done. We have stronger institutions than the Weimar Republic had. We have stronger institutions than France has right now. They've been around for fucking ever, which is why it's so goddamn hard for lefties to get anything done as well.
That Bush fit. Most people that I see using the fascism label towards Trump don't think that, right? They think that Trump is a real break, from past Republicans. But I think that, it was certainly what happened in the Trump administration was evil and dangerous, but in a pretty standard Republican sort of way. That lots of deregulation, lots of union busting, pulling out of climate treaties. Like all of this is horrible, dangerous stuff for all living things. But it's not. It doesn't really seem like this radical rupture from the past. It just seems like pretty.
But it is
pretty.
Okay, so what you're touching on is the fact that conservatism in the U.S. is just fascism. That's all it is. You're just confused, Ben.
Expected conservative behavior, and all of which is, certainly enough. Again, get me to vote against him, but I don't see his actions rising to that fascist level. I mean, if we think of fascism as what's exhibited, in those classical instances, Hitler and Mussolini, even in more ambiguous cases that like Latin American right-wing dictators who didn't come to power the way the classical fascists did, but did some of the same things while they were in power. I don't see what Trump is doing rising to that level.
Oh, well, have you read Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism?
No, I haven't. I haven't read that. I mean, I will say again, this might be a basic disagreement.
I don't see it rising to that level. Have you read Mussolini's Doctrine of Fascism? Because he's kind of the father of fascism. No, I haven't read that. Well,
between us, that I'm not convinced that the best way to understand what fascism is to look at the, rhetoric of fascism or how they might like justify or defend themselves. I think, for kind of reasons that I laid out a little bit earlier. I mean, sure, homework. I'll read Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism, but I think that I think that that's less salient than the actions, right? I mean, that what the sort of justifications or rhetoric that the fascists come up with to justify what they're doing. I don't think that that's what makes them distinctive. I think what makes them distinctive is what they actually do.
Sure. Well, yeah, actually, I'll have, I read it on stream the other day. I'll have my video up after our conversation here. So if you want me to read you to sleep tonight, just put on my video and I'll read you Mussolini, okay? But
sure.
Yeah, so in reading it, it actually changed my opinion. I was reading it to prepare for our conversation here.
Sure.
And it changed my opinion of what I consider to be like a fascist action. Whereas,
Okay.
Before reading, I was kind of thinking, strictly authoritarian, power grabs. I think at one point in the article, you had mentioned something about using military force and stuff.
Military force and the street fighting tactics. Yeah, Mussolini didn't engage in all that.
Like that. That's kind of what I associated with fascism. After reading it, and this was written by the self-proclaimed father of fascism, right? I didn't read it to like understand their arguments or anything, but to kind of understand what this person thought fascism was. The founding person of the idea, what they thought, the whole thing was supposed to be about. And after reading it, I kind of thought, what this person's describing just exactly describes the American state as it exists today. And it calls on like family values and the conservative idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and stuff like that. So, it is something that I would highly recommend you read. You might actually have a different opinion about fascism after it.
It's entirely possible. So just to be clear though, because I think you said something that, and I know we're getting up to the time we said, and I'll give you the last word and all that. But I have a clarificatory question because you said something.
That's really all you needed right there.
Just now that made
because Ben's going to move over and ask questions about whether or not the argument being made now is that America's fascist instead of Trump, and that was just kind of a side point to show that Trump is definitely fascist, but the reason that people call American presidents fascist is because they are. Then Burgess versus Aaron Green debate notes. There we go. So we have the notes here. We have Aaron's opening statement. The topic was January 6th a fascist coup attempt? Or was it just a riot? And they kind of touched on it. I don't think Ben changed his position, and Aaron definitely didn't change her position. And Ben was very unconvincing to me, and Aaron supported my position that I already had and even bolstered it in some other ways. So that's fucking great. Those very short to the point statements. Ben kind of rambled a bit more as well. So I mean there's a lot going on here. I'm going to be going over and talking about this. I wanted to do this bit on stream where I got the notes and listened to the thing and kind of put some thoughts out there and yelled a little bit because I have to. But wanted to get this out there, and then later on sometime I will be bringing Froge back on and we're going to be talking about this debate. How do you spell his name? Oh, it is GIS. Oh well. So let's see. Let's check this out real quick and then we're good.
Fear. Look, the attending physician of the United States Capitol, the top doctor for Congress, asks us to put on masks when we come to a chamber with 435 people. I hate these things. Absolutely. It was terrible having to put this back on. And we do it because the top doctor for all of us asked us to, and I may not be from a hot spot. Speaker may not be from a hot spot. Speaker Pelosi may not be from a hot spot. Somebody in this chamber is coming from a hot spot. Somebody represents the hot spots. And they get in a plane and they fly here and they interact with all of us. And then we leave here and we go home to our families. Some take care of their sick parents. Some take care of kids who may have an autoimmune disorder.
Okay, so it's the same kind of run that they've always done.
That's because she doesn't know what it means, Lamau. To be fair, nobody knows what neoliberal means. Wait, to be fair, literally nobody does. Nobody on the left knows what neoliberal means. Nobody on the right knows what neoliberal means. There's actually a great image I saw one time of like a political compass where every
Anti-capitalism is anti-vegan. A, fuck you, that's dumb. And B, fuck off.
corner said where neoliberal is.
I'm more in favor of being anti-capitalist than being vegan.
Nazis will say that neoliberals are like lib left. Tankies will say that neoliberals are like lib right. Anarchists will say that neoliberals are like auth right, and libertarians will say that they're auth left. And I actually think that describes the way people treat neoliberalism. So
yeah it does.
If you want, if nobody knows, would you care to explain? So basically put, liberalism is like a 300-year-old political ideology which values things like individualism, individual rights, human liberties, democracy, capitalism, and a bunch of other stuff. I've talked about that plenty. And if you want to put it really simply, neoliberalism...
Okay, already bored. You know, I was in a weird position on the whole kink at pride discourse, because initially I heard Vosh's position, I'm like, this kind of makes sense, and then I saw his Twitter takes, and I'm like, okay, you pulled a Destiny, and you went really fucking spicy on Twitter, and then pulled back on stream. So, I could see that, and then Demon Mama coming in. And I initially talked about how, like, I kind of sided more with Vosh on that, when I had a Twitter conversation with Demon Mama. But the more I think about it, I don't know. Like, I've heard some, I listened to her arguments again, and I'm like, I can see that. So, hooray! And then there's this dumb shit right here. Sat. Everybody knows Sat. Says, if you follow me and you're straight, you get to say the F slur pass, by the way. Oh my god, I can finally say it. Fellatio. So liberating. Doesn't have enough engagement yet. Go like that fucking tweet. God damn it. Go fucking like my tweet. Yo. That's funny, okay? I don't care. And he says the dumbest shit all the time. But we're going to get into some gaming. If you came here because of the Steven Crowder dying thing, he was in the hospital on Tuesday and had to get a surgery that he probably survived from. And then we got COVID-19 effects research, did that, and then we reviewed some debates. We can actually do more of those. As a matter of fact, there is a who do I want to review? All I gotta do is hit this button right here, and it's the Destiny form of it.
Stream fail, absolutely bombing at touch. He is saying yes with a smiley face. Okay.
So, before we even log in, we're gonna get this brought over here, right there. We're gonna log in, and I'm going to take myself a break. Because I've been standing, and it gets very fucking tiring. Oh, right. Enjoy.
Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show up early last time.
I had no idea this was going to happen. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that even Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.
Alright, nerds. We're back. We're here. I'm alive. I didn't die yet. Almost. I was really fucking close. I stepped outside, sat down, almost died instantly. Just done.
Damn.
I should. God damn it. I should remember to put in my headphones before I start clicking on videos to listen to. What do we
That's me making the noises, by the way. I am calling at the moment. I'm just waiting. This is the right mic from PA, right? In 5 of my servers, has the little rose for an avatar. He's super hyped up right now, so prepare for some Oh, I don't doubt it. We've been soy chugging for a while.
Hello. What's up, buddy?
Hello. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right. Have anything on your mind?
That's right. We're covering Mike versus Vosh, which was kind of a shit show, but you know.
I just want to know why you are all kind of weaselly whenever you talk about me.
Weaselly.
For example, I've had a problem with you for a very long time, but I've tried to build a bridge. I showed my stream the entire history of our DMs. I encourage everyone to go watch the VOD, and you'll see, and everyone will see that I bent over backwards to try to be.
He speaks super fucking slow.
You're very good at bending over backwards to me.
Okay, whatever. I mean, this is the type of person you are, because I reached out because I care about socialism in the left. I'm not somebody who's just a supporter of online content creation like you. I actually do the stuff. I do the work. And I saw you with a platform. Oh, you're gonna. What do you do?
No, wait. You know what I do? I make YouTube videos. But I'm asking because you're.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
so
right.
what do you? I'm just asking.
I've ran for office. I've helped multiple people win.
I've won multiple. No, you lost.
Well over $1 million for people.
He's lying
organized
right now.
campaigns in every single job.
Hold on.
Finance director, field director. Now you want to investigate who I did. You want to go look at all the
wait.
candidates?
Hold on. Wait. But bar the insecurity. I'm just asking questions. If this is all stuff you're proud of, you should have no problem answering any of these questions.
I have
openly.
no interest in sending DGG and Vouch's mad fans after small little politicians that I've helped get elected.
Why would we? Wait. Hold on.
Because that's what these audiences are like.
So my audience attacks progressive politicians? That's a thing my audience does? Hey, look, dude, if you don't want to talk about it, that's totally okay. Don't kiss and tell, right? I get it. So you were saying I wasn't building bridges or whatever?
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Oh yeah, I just don't really think you're like a worthwhile person, and I think that you contribute onto the web. Oh well, online at least. Maybe in person you do good.
Really good poisoning the well with your audience.
Wait,
really good job.
After that clip that I got sent of you on stream malding because of like an incredibly light criticism at the end of the video, you're going to talk to me about poisoning the well?
When you say you spit in someone's face, would you call that light criticism?
I think that when I said I spit in someone's face, I was referring specifically to one of the chatters who got brought onto Destiny's stream, who like acted like an utter buffoon. They were a previous member of my community. I banned them. That was referring to somebody else. Did you think I was talking about you?
Against Destiny, and everybody who's against Destiny.
No, it was because their behavior was abhorrent and they evolved into sexually harassing Destiny.
Destiny supporter on your community.
Calm down. I know you think about him a lot.
How many times can he humiliate you and treat you like shit?
One point at a time, like man. So if you actually watch,
there's the attack on his. There's the attack on his manhood, and also earlier in the thing, he did try and say that Vosh doesn't have the balls to do something, and blah, some toxic masculine shit, you know.
Face little friend. So let's focus first and foremost on the first point that you made.
And there's the physical threats.
You're actually resorting to like
I could slap you around.
You just said that I'm a rat face.
Dude, wait, why would you say that? We all know what you look like. We all know what you look and act like in person. Why would you resort to that?
By the way, chat, this is valid.
You should get into VTubing so people will forget what you look like, and maybe then it'll really.
Dude, look at yourself. Are you kidding me? Neither one of us are Hassan over here. Okay?
Yeah, man. I boxed for 8 years. I'm 6'2", 250 pounds. Yeah, dude. I'll hold it up, baby. Yeah, lay it down. I'll take you in the streets and in the sheets, buddy. Okay, I'm skilled all over. I'm a fighter and a lover.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. You were talking about my dick and balls quite a bit in those clips. Are you?
Coma left when you got it.
Yeah. Well, hey, wait. Where do you live? Where's that doxing? I mean, I can come on over after Kobe's done, maybe. Like, you were just talking about my dick over and over.
Listen to this child.
Yeah, and see the forced laugh.
Fun with the forced laugh over there? You're like that Joker. What's the Joker from Suicide
The
Squad?
favorite tactic of Mike from PA, the fake laugh.
That's a good question. So this is what you want to debate about.
Wait. Jared Leto,
This is
thank
what you
you.
want to debate about.
No, actually, I wanted to roll back to an earlier point that you made.
Okay,
So,
go to the point.
when I talked about spitting in the face of somebody, it was because a person who used to be in my community resorted to sexual harassment of Destiny to conversation with them. So, I just want to ask you, look, neither of us are a fan of Destiny. You obviously dislike him. You obviously dislike him more than I do. That's totally okay.
Yeah, because
Do you
you
think
have
it's
a great false impressions of lie about
Right. So, do you
Ow.
think it's acceptable to sexually harass people like Destiny?
Wait.
Do you notice all the pivoting that Mike does and all the posturing? Very direct question. Listen to the response. Do you think it's okay to sexually harass people like Destiny?
You're asking me about sexual harassment?
You're asking me about sexual harassment?
You're asking me about sexual harassment.
Mike,
Really?
hey, I'll put it this way. I don't have any clips of me on live stream fail absolutely bombing and touching a girl's shoulder, okay? Now answer yes or no. Is it okay to sexually harass?
What do you think that was?
Can you answer any question?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question.
You pivot away from anything that I asked. So is it okay to sexually harass them? Yes or
No, of course it's not.
Okay, so that is why I said...
Is it okay to sexually harass people in Discord?
No, it's not. Not even remotely. So that's why
Pivot.
I said... Yeah,
gotcha.
what a surprising position for me to take.
When did you change your position on that? This year or
Ever
last
actually
year?
changed my
Hardcore
position on
attempt
it?
to
Okay?
pivot right there. Do you see it?
4-year drama to try to back out of the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about right now. Now,
I absolutely
so
am talking to
the
you about
person who I
reality
said,
of stuff that you did and you apologize for.
the person who I said I spit in the face of, that was the person
You
who
said
I
you
was
spit in
referring
the
to.
face. Okay, well you said spit in the face of lefties. Oh, by the way, Mike from PA, he donated to the other opponent. Oh wait, and then you said you were going to talk about it, but then you didn't. You didn't talk about who I actually supported.
What did
you
I
didn't talk
talk
about
about?
why. You know,
One point at a time. Wait, hold on. Hold on. So
Did you
first of
talk
all,
about her or not?
you were wrong in
Talk
the first
about
part. I talked about that she existed. Was there something else you
Talk
wanted
about
to
why I might have supported her other than spite.
So let me wait. Just to be perfectly clear.
What did you lie about
I'll ask you an honest question. So you're telling me that you arrived at the decision to make a monetary contribution to
Boom,
an
get
Omaha,
fucked.
Nebraska mayoral candidate, and it had nothing at all to do with the fact that Destiny was involved in that race and that person was an opposition candidate.
You have to be purely pure of your entire
I asked you a question. Wait, I asked you a question.
Did you change the goalpost? No, he didn't.
Contribute to a mayoral race
You
today.
debate people, you move goalposts like this?
I'm actually just trying to
said
keep
I
you
only
on
did
to
it-
the questions that I
said-
asked, and you're trying to run away from them.
Your
Very
position
rat-like,
was,
Mike.
your position was that you said that I supported her purely out of spite. And now it is.
Do you just really care about Omaha? Is something you did on your own, like no other reason, no other pressure?
So I've been paying attention to Omaha politics for a long time. I know you don't know this. You don't know dog shit about politics.
I have always been deeply invested in the city of Omaha, Nebraska.
Holy shit.
The
Right.
fact that I donated
Can you
right
shut
as
the fuck
Destiny
up
got
and get
dropped by Mark
educated?
Hudgel, a
Because you
complete
apparently need to be-
coincidence.
you
Dude,
apparently
you're
need to be
such
educated.
it's
Shut the fuck
unbelievable
up
what a
and be
coward you
educated.
are. Just
Do you
own
see the
fact that it was
posturing
spite.
there?
You had said yeah,
Do you
it's
hear
spite,
it?
Just walked away. That would have been a Chad move. You want to be an alpha male, right? You want to be a big dick boy, right? Just walk away from it. Say yeah, it was
Wait, do you
spite. I don't
actually
like
think
Destiny.
alpha males are real? Do you think that alpha and beta
You know, I
males
used
are
to,
real?
but then I saw your stream, and no, I don't think so anymore. That belief has been utterly destroyed.
Thank you for that, man. You are. I mean, you are
You kept
definitely
talking
alpha.
about my
You're
dick and
definitely
asshole
alpha.
on your stream. Do you think about my dick and asshole?
I don't think many people think about that, Doug.
No, that's good because I don't like being sexually harassed by people, like the kinds of people you endorse implicitly.
Jesus Christ, you're worse than Mitch McConnell. All right.
What?
Omaha is part of Nebraska, and Nebraska splits its
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, you're gonna need to slow down. You're gonna need to slow down.
Absolute
Is in Nebraska.
dog
Wait, hold on.
sequitur
Let's back up a
pivot.
couple of paces, okay? Can you explain that one to me?
Are you confused?
Yeah, I want you to explain Omaha's in Nebraska. Wait, one step at a time, okay?
And then a different
Let me ask you a question.
question
Jimmy.
entirely.
Who is Carrie Eastman?
Is it an Omaha official?
Who is Carrie Eastman?
I don't know Carrie Eastman.
I know you don't, because you don't talk about politics because you're stupid.
Okay.
Carrie Eastman is one of the most important Medicare for All candidates in Congress in 2020 and 2018.
That's awesome.
And she was supported by a lot of people, like, AOC, and she was running as Congress. Now, in Omaha, the Republican, the other Democrat who lost the primary to Carrie Eastman, and her husband, endorsed the Republican. And so that created since I talk about politics and I don't just
I'm getting so smart right now.
posture about it, you just posture about it, you don't know shit. I have been watching that race for a very long time, commentating on it, showing how important it was because we care about Medicare for all. And ultimately, the Democrats actually, the centrist Democrats, helped betray her, stab her in the back, endorse the Republicans. And that resulted in a narrow Republican win. And in Nebraska, they divide the electoral college votes by congressional districts. So I pay attention to that swing electoral college vote.
Right, yeah, that's right. Wait, we already said that, yeah. You just follow Omaha mayoral races very closely and just happen to donate to the opposition candidate, like right as Destiny got kicked from
And I
Mark
never deny that laughing at Destiny is something I love to do. And you supported it with defense like a pathetic little lackey.
If you're
you like to do that even your own community, if they're being good faith for a second.
Oh, if they're being good. I see. Wait. So you were about to say even your own community, and then you realized, wait, hold on, his community does not back anything that I do, and then you had to add if they're acting in good faith. I got that. If your community, if they're acting in good faith, by the way, I'll think you're a beta male, then I'm alpha. But
True.
if they're acting in good faith. I mean, if they're not, then there's nothing I can do. Hey, do you know who Roderick Alden is?
No, I don't know who Roderick is.
You don't know who fucking Roderick is, and you're claiming to give a shit about the Nebraska mayoral race? Okay, well, you should work on that.
So anyway, the reason why I came to decide to support that candidate against other ones is because she was endorsed by Carrie Eastman, a candidate who I've been following. And it's very important because we need to have cases where progressive politicians win in swing states who support Medicare for all. Because I care deeply about Medicare for all.
Yeah,
and I
as
want to
opposed
have
to me, a person who never talks about it.
I mean, you don't know who Carrie Eastman is, one of the most important progressive racists in the entire country.
The linchpin of your knowledge. If you don't know who Carrie Eastman is, you obviously don't know anything about politics.
Narrowly because she was betrayed by her own party.
So you think that being aware of her specific candidacy is the linchpin for whether or not a person is
it's just that one of many things that you're lacking in knowledge.
Oh, there are absolutely. I love learning. I learn every day when I do this stuff.
So maybe if you sat back and started learning instead of slapping gums all the time.
Well, I learned. Well, hold on. I learned by talking because talking is how I do my stream, and doing my stream helps me come to grips with certain issues. Do you understand how that works?
Yeah, you need to spend more time listening though before clapping.
Interesting. I mean, that's where I would say in response to the clips that I got shown of you, because you lied openly about multiple components of our interactions, but you talked for 12 minutes about nothing.
Okay, what did I lie about?
Sure. The idea that you challenged me in DMs, dog. I don't know if you're a 12-year-old girl on MySpace or what. Those were not challenges.
Wait, do you want me to insult you? Are you?
You weren't challenging me on anything.
I said well, I showed the whole DMs. Everyone can go.
I showed the whole DMs too. By the way, a little bit faux pas showing DMs out of nowhere.
Do you want to chat? Now, I don't know what you do.
Wait, you backed out 3 times. There were 3 distinct times where I made an opening for you. The first time you didn't respond in time. The second time you weren't available on that day. And the third time it was kind of both of us. We just petered out. There wasn't a single point in the entirety of those DMs that you challenged me. We went over them too. But you said you challenged me 10 times.
True. He didn't at all. He did go over the history of them.
My DMs fucking muscle up, Vosh. When in reality, you act the same way everybody else does to me. You posture in public, but in private, you want my approval because you get at my audience. Okay? It's the same way every other grifty weasel fuck like you operates. You're really nice in private because it might get you more conversations with me. And you're getting what you want right now too, by the way. This is exactly
what I want because everybody got. I lost.
Because I'm getting owned ethically right now.
I mean, I don't care if you think you're getting owned ethically or not.
I was asking you if you thought.
You don't know shit about Omaha, and off the top of my head,
you're right. I don't follow Omaha politics.
Oh well, you had a thesis that my interest in Omaha and Nebraska is just based on my spite of destiny, and then I explained to you how you missed one of the most important congressional races, and then you decided to say it wasn't that important, but it actually was important.
I liked when I saw that clip on your stream.
Medicare for all done. We need more Congress members.
You going on Snipes' website and looking at the issues that she believed in, and you scrolled through it, and you're like. Because there wasn't as much there as you were looking for. Yeah, dude, I totally believe it wasn't just a spite measure.
I am actually a socialist as opposed to someone who just postures like one online.
Wait, what did that have to do with you being actually a socialist? Looking through a list and be like, wait, what does that have to do?
Policies aren't that great. I don't go around saying I'm an anarcho-Bidenist.
But you donated to her. Fascinating. You donated to her at the exact same time that Destiny got dropped in the Mark Gutto campaign. Yeah.
She's a good candidate.
No, it's a coincidence. I know.
She has the support of labor unions, stuff that I look for, and then she talked about policies that are very important to me, like civilian review boards, openly supporting Black Lives Matter, which I know you don't because you love Destiny saying that they should mow down district protesters.
Wait, hold on. You're doing it again. You realize that we had an argument over that so severe that it led to him being departnered from Twitch as part of the fallout, and his community still hates me for it, and my community still hates him.
I know, and when I laughed about his departnering and said he deserved it.
Wait, the bridge literally. You're saying that I liked his position on X, but the bridge was burned over X. Do you like the things you say? Maybe you should learn more and talk less, Mike.
Lunafaction.
Misthought, Mike, which is basically the history of your entire presence online.
So this is your attempt at a dunk, but yet you had
you just said something that was wrong.
Nothing of substance from anything you said in this conversation.
You just confidently lied.
Everybody knows it, Vouch. Nothing of substance comes out of your mouth.
If you actually
came in here and postured and tried to threaten me.
Yes, it's Vosh.
And I laughed in your fucking fat face.
Threaten you? Oh, my fat face.
It's Vosh versus Mike from PA. Sorry, I didn't see the chat for a cool minute there. What time did you send that? 7:32. What time is it? Oh, for a couple of minutes? Yeah. Yeah, it's Vosh versus Mike from PA. So, cool shit. I'm doing some debate review over a bunch of stuff. I've already covered quite a few things, but this is me showing how often Mike pivots. Vosh has actually been extraordinarily consistent. He's gotten accused of trying to move the goalposts, but he stayed consistent the entire time. I can move my thing. Actually, let me move this up here and this over here. So this can sit up here. Boom. But Mike has been pivoting, Mike has been posturing, Mike has tried to misdirect, and he has accused Vosh of pretty much everything.
A building would knock you out. I would push you over with a feather.
What are you? Wait. Unironically, what are you talking about right now?
Do you have a bad
Wait, how
memory?
did I threaten you? What?
You literally said, "Where do you live? I'm gonna come and get you."
I said you were being weird about sexual harassment, and then I said, "Where are you at? Maybe we could come over." Like it was like a joke, like a flirty. But you were the one who unironically talked about being able to beat me up. Are you trying to like do the keyboard warrior reverse psychology on me?
What?
You just did it. You postured again. Oh wait, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? I actually want to get the stats down. Hold on. Can we get like a height comparison? You looked about 6-7 inches shorter than Bad Bunny in that clip. Let me see if I can
Oh my God! Wait,
Let me see if I can-
wait. What do you think that clip was? Since you're holding on to it,
Embarrassing?
like Destiny's Beauty.
I don't know.
What was it? What was it?
Wait,
what
how
was I
tall
doing?
are you?
How?
Wait, you want to fight me? I just want to get the stats down. Come on. What are the? What's...
I'm 1 inch taller than Destiny, which should be enough for you, right? That'll make you more servile.
Well, I
right?
don't even know how tall Destiny is. It ranges from 5'2" to 5'7", depending on who's talking. So wait, are you like 5'3"? Are you 5'8"?
Holy fucking shit, dude! Listen to yourself.
Oh wait, you're the one who talked about fighting me. I'm just trying to get the stats down. Wait, how much do you weigh?
Listen to yourself.
What weight class are you in? Hold on. Boxing weight classes. I actually don't know. I never paid attention to professional boxing.
I think you're a super heavyweight, no matter what it is.
I might be. Hold on. Let's see.
So that's the ad hom. Mike, if he has been doing this for spite-based
super
purposes.
heavyweight isn't the boxing category. It's just heavyweight, which is over 200 pounds. Which
Yeah. So people typically say super heavyweight when someone is like much more than the minimum.
It's just really odd to me that you're like obsessed with like making fat jokes when you look the way you do. It's very interesting to me that that's the road that you would go down.
No,
I mean,
you went to the physicality place because you have nothing of substance to say about my politics.
Wait, how did I go to the physicality place? You realize you jumped in that first, right?
Absolutely not. You said
guys, am I misremembering?
You said rat face. You said I cringed with Bad Bunny. Then when I asked you what was going on, you just said embarrassing because you have nothing.
So there we
You're
go.
posturing for your
Wait,
audience.
I'm seeing the chat right now. Wait, who's
My bitrate is being
the
really
Bussy
fucking
comment?
weird. I don't know what's going
You were
on there.
making comments about my dick. You were saying I was dickless first. That's like body shaming, right?
Maybe I have too much
Yeah, you
going
started
on.
it for sure. Yeah.
Actually, wait, okay, Val.
Wait, did you not? Yeah, you definitely did.
Fucking fuck, dude.
Sorry, chat.
This
You
is-
may
this
not
is
be
your
allowed on
content,
screen.
Well, yeah, bringing dumb fucks on and making fun of them.
Not covering Kara Eastman, very important Medicare for all race, but talking about whether or not someone was body shaming you or not.
When you
call them rat face, you're a little
watch out.
You're a little
Watch out when you go to Pennsylvania. This motherfucker might roll up, deck you out.
Man, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to beat you up, Bausch.
Dude, you brought it up like 3 times.
You ready to talk substance yet?
Why would you keyboard warrior me and then complain that I'm making fun of you for it? What kind of beta shit is that? Just own the fact that you're like cringe soy face dude who postures online and pretends to be an alpha male.
What? Alpha males aren't real, Bausch.
You literally brag about being an alpha male for shouting over people.
Real, dude.
That's my argument,
Yeah,
Mike.
alpha males aren't real, says the guy who has a clip out there. I can win by being the alpha male. I yell, shut the fuck up and let me talk, and he shuts the fuck up and lets me talk, which he tried to do with Vosh, and Vosh here just said, nope.
They put my dick in the obituary in Tacoma, okay? Because that shit was dead to them. Yeah, it's rough out here in COVID-19.
I have a question for you. Is this the conversation you want to have in your content?
I'm sorry, wait. If I wanted to have a conversation about politics, I would not bring on known genius Mike from PA to have that conversation.
What was it? Well, okay, then you should have an easy time telling me all the bad takes I've had.
Wait, that wasn't my criticism of you.
Oh, wait, I'm not a brain genius. Wait,
that wasn't the criticism that left.
One thing. You gotta have one thing.
No, I did. Wait, did you watch part of my stream? I was actually pretty specific in my issues with you. The issue is, I actually agree with most of the political descriptions that you make. I mean,
you just think I'm bad at
it. No.
Why?
No,
Which is purely subjective.
No, I didn't say that either. Well, there's an element of
And by
subjectivity.
the way, when I went on, see, the thing is, when I went on
Hippy
Dippy with you, when we got on Hippy Dippy with you, you didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, because I was generally pretty fun. I think you did great in the Hippy Dippy. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I'm not cringe in that one.
No, that is correct. You were not cringe in that one.
Okay, there you
I
go.
don't know why you're like saying this like some I'm not a dogma.
Well, the point is, like, you're literally just throwing out worthless rhetoric that is not based in reality.
Okay. So anyway, the actual criticisms that I've levied, it wasn't that your political prescriptions are super bad, because I'm gonna agree with most of what you say.
Except minimum wage or rent control, that's your kind of idiom.
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on.
No problem.
What's your position on minimum wage?
I think you said something to the effect that a $25 minimum wage was economically politically illiterate would destroy the economy.
Okay, yeah, okay, yes. Well, never, wait, we don't have to talk about it. Yes, that is, thank you for summarizing my correct position.
Okay,
okay, yeah.
You believe that's true, that a $25 minimum wage would destroy the U.S. economy?
I would have to lay so much groundwork to explain to you how we can't do a $25 an hour minimum wage. I want it in the future.
I am much more read on the literature than you are.
Which he is not. It's fucking obvious. You can't just do a $25 an hour minimum wage. He's covered this before.
The point is, it's not about the positions. It's the fact that you're insecure and you posture constantly with everyone you talk to. You condescend. I mean, to put it lightly, and this sounds like frivolous, like kind of a weak criticism, but you're an asshole. Not in like the truth teller Rick Sanchez.
As opposed to you, you're a nice guy.
Well, actually, I generally think that I'm pretty good to people. In spite of my bad reputation, I do actually.
Wait, you're saying you don't want to platform me because I'm an asshole?
No. Wait.
Fan for 10 years.
Wait, hold on.
What?
I didn't say I didn't want to.
Hold on.
Let's fucking go.
You keep jumping ahead. I didn't say I didn't want to platform you because you're an asshole. I platform assholes all the time. Okay, let's just move it through one point at a time. Okay, you're not like the Rick Sanchez truth teller kind of asshole. It's more like the I'm trying to think of an appropriate
Are they so much
TV show
faster
character.
than me?
Like I don't
Everything
know,
is
just like a
smooth
bad
on my
person, like
screen.
you have hang-ups. That's my main thing.
Are y'all getting huge dips
Well,
in quality?
not only
Yeah, I
insecure
can
and
see
you
it.
posture masculinity all the time. That desperate like alpha male shtick you try to pull off constantly is incredibly
This is
cringy.
fucking ironic. Do you actually think that I believe there's alpha males or that masculinity is important? Obviously, everybody who looks
Why do
at
you
me knows
constantly
I
make
can't
comments about
possibly
people
think
being
that.
dickless or people not being a man if you didn't have those values internalized at least somewhat?
This is
the
mind
this is the
shit
thing.
from 15 months ago.
This is the
where
thing
I
that
said
you
he
do,
should
by
be
the
a
way.
man. What I meant was be an adult, stand up.
What
for
is
yourself,
happening?
be a
You
weasel.
did it just a
And then
couple
you
of
guys
minutes ago.
quoted it.
Streamlabs
You
is
just do it in this
just
conversation.
dumping
Chat.
right
I
now.
didn't
I'm
realize I
so
was
sorry,
talking to somebody
everybody.
who was so,
you're gonna do it again. You're gonna do it again.
The tactical N-word guy. I didn't realize you were gonna be so fragile about it.
Alright, we may not be able to do the debate review and play. Yeah, I paused the video and it instantly goes back to being decent. Hell, is it smoothing out? Y'all, is it getting better? Can I pull this back up on screen? Seems like it should be running fine. Let's fucking go. We can get it through. My internet is running poorly. I'm sorry about that. You know that I am. Well, that was a bad move. Just standing right there. Get me some green. Ammo obscene. Drop in my bowl. Whoop. I'm just getting hella gear. Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. I didn't do a damn thing in that strike. I didn't do anything. Explosive payload snapshot. Explosive payload snapshot. With an Icarus mod. With an Icarus mod. So stay up, straight up. When you want to do what you're doing. Be straight up. And tell people you don't actually know. Alright. Let's continue.
It is, see? So what happens there is you actually have a lot of really weird toxic masculinity built up in you.
Yep.
When people call it out, you go, whoa, 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 I'm a feminist. By the way, didn't realize you were such a pussy. It's actually a really good gaslighting tactic, but thankfully I'm not as stupid as your audience, so it's really, really obvious how hard you try to toe that line.
You know what, Vosh? You know what? Listen, you're right.
So that's the main
we
reason.
Should work. No. You're right. We should work on not doing this kind of posturing, talking about weight classes and stuff like that. You're right. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's something you definitely don't do. Tacoma Web.
Mike, you fucking dumbass.
You're right. You know what? In the
Wait, you do know the joke in Tacoma Web had nothing to do with like body shaming, right?
No, the joke was that you were so much of a lady killer that the moment you were off the meat market,
and boy and NB that include, please. It's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave anything out from your very your proclivities.
My undiscerning taste. Yes, of course.
Yeah. I think there was something else about like bestiality in there somewhere, right? With the anyway.
You're misremembering. It's that I have the virility of a stallion, and people ran with it. You know.
No, I thought you were sending the unsolicited bestiality pictures to people. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Oh my god! Okay. Yeah, you're definitely misremembering that. Holy shit!
Somebody will have to go over the DMs again.
That's a couple runs
yeah,
from
see that
reality right there.
That's an attempt to smear him, right there. Unacceptable, Mike.
Someone will have to go over the DMs again. So
you Weasley slimy fuck.
Okay, so you think that I am too toxically masculine and insecure about that?
No. It's that toxic masculinity leads you to posture in a really weird and like aggressive way. And I think that because I know what's going to happen after this conversation, which is probably unseen because we were never going to talk politics. What's probably going to happen is that I'm only going to think of you when chat brings me up, but you're going to rail against me for the rest of your life. It'll be like one of the dying words in your lips as your family surrounds you in your hospital bed.
You're irrelevant to Twitch. You're a YouTube guy.
Once I figure out how dual streaming works, we'll get back in there. I like how you had to add to Twitch, by the way, which you, by the way, did not initially want to put in there. That was a quick save at the end, but you know, I'd say I have some relevance.
I think you're very good at. No, I want to compliment you. I think you're very good at branding and aesthetics. And you've definitely done a good job. You've definitely done a good job with that. I don't think there's much substance to what you have to say. I don't think you know very much. I think you're very insecure about that knowledge being exposed, which is really the reason why you and Destiny are both frightened to talk about issues and want to talk about me personally. You want to do an ad hom. You want to bring up a clip that's not even like a thing that has anything to do with me
Dude,
hitting on
dog,
someone.
you brought up
It was-
4-year-old Discord drama, and Tacoma wept. Okay.
You started it off. You started it off dude, by playing that clip on your stream. You little weasel cat. Don't try to pretend like you
it was because it was
started this
directly
conversation in good faith.
It was
like,
directly
Mike,
relevant.
You know what? We fired shots at each other. But
No,
here,
you
let's
opened by
have a
calling me
conversation.
dickless. I said like I think Mike was spiteful. You know, we shouldn't do that. And you were like, Vosh is this dickless, weaselly fuck. I mean, come on, we're talking well poisoning, all right? You've got way more empty buckets in your hand.
You me like 10 fucking times, including playing.
I have been
Destiny
exceptionally kind to you. If I had been, by the way, if I had been entirely forthcoming, I wouldn't have even pretended from the onset. Because, and this, by the way, this could be my fault. I genuinely do think that everyone should be given the opportunity to disappoint me personally. So the fact that you responded to the criticism that I levied in my video, which was again very, very light. I think it was pretty polite, you know, well
Too close.
Raging at me for 12 minutes, calling me a dickless Weasley fuck, and then lying and saying that spite wasn't the reason why you donated $250 to a random opposition candidate in a city in Nebraska. I mean, okay,
you keep saying random when I just explained it.
You've been given a chance to disappoint me, Mike.
Time. Oh man, gosh, everyone's weeping, disappointing Valley. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, here's the thing, dude. Like, you have isolated yourself. You've isolated from yourself from people that aren't sycophants. You're creating something similar to your parasocial daddy. And I tried, because, you know, I have actual bridges. You don't. And you are a bigger creator on YouTube. Congratulations. You have that community.
It's really not about a size thing.
They decided to adopt the same enemies as Destiny. And the motherfucker will deplatform you the moment he can.
No, they can't
and
get
I
it.
think that's sad,
If you think that I have adopted the same enemies as Destiny, then you clearly do not
you
know
made
the
our
people I
DMs,
associate with.
in our DMs when you attacked Atlanta DSA and said that they were the reason the American Socialist left is failing because they called Destiny a fascist.
What?
They called him a Nazi.
Okay, they called him a Nazi.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty bad tendency. Now, I don't mind it that much if it's a content
when
creator.
When you say that white redneck, you give your black. Excuse me, I don't want to misquote. He
Wait,
said,
do you think I
give my
defend
black.
Wait, hold on. Do you think I defend anything that
Then
Destiny
why
said
were you
with the
rushing to
purpose?
attack Atlanta DSA? Dude?
Because I
Why were
don't
you
think
rushing to attack Atlanta DSA?
because he isn't a Nazi and he's not.
So what?
The
When you
DS
called me a
I know.
tanky, where were you? You didn't rush to say, oh, you know, Mike, I don't like him, but he's not a tanky, Destiny.
Wait. So first of all,
So
I'm not
you only
responsible.
rush to defend
Wait. First of all, I'm not Destiny's dad. I don't know why you're imputing me for his behavior. So first of all, he called you a tanky. That whole engagement when I was barely a content creator. Second
That was
of all,
just bad on my end.
That to counter an argument that I'm making today, you would bring up an argument somebody else made a year ago. Second of all, or third of all,
Well, yes,
I don't even
because you're
remember enough.
involving yourself in Destiny's personal squabbles.
I
know. Like, why?
it's
Why
not
do you care?
just Destiny.
Why do you care,
Because
dude?
I also get called a Nazi by the types of people.
What does Destiny have
who
to do
call-
with you?
I'm trying
You're
to
not
explain
connected.
it. I'm trying to
You're
explain
not
it to you. I'm
connected,
trying to
dude.
explain
It's
it to
not
you.
your. He's not your dad.
Are we
He's not
good?
you. You're not connected.
So I'm
trying
gonna
to
try.
break your parasocial.
I'll try to.
attachment.
You are the one. You're the one who keeps bringing him up in this conversation. Almost every time he's been.
I just got
I'm not
dumped
with you,
on.
okay?
You brought him up because you commented on me responding to him. You got involved in this and said that I spit on lefties who do things for spite. By the way, Mike from PA donated to this candidate. I'll talk about her later. Oh, I didn't talk about her, actually.
Wait, I did.
No, I
I
didn't
mentioned
look into any reason why someone might support her other than spite. If she was a really bad candidate,
You
I would've
keep
supported
trying to
her.
sell this fantasy that Spite wasn't involved. I don't care. I get it. You're
I
not backing
get
off
it.
that point.
You're
So
now
I'm going to try to finish this. I'm going to
Yes!
finish this point. Okay. So I don't mind it that much if content creators call Destiny a Nazi because
Get
content
ruined.
creators, as we should both know, are frivolous dipshits. Me and you included. We are all spicy internet drama lords, okay? But the DSA is supposed to be an organization. It's supposed to be something with a little bit more reputability.
What would you?
And so hold on, I'm almost done. This doesn't even end in an insult to
Tell
you.
me
How
your
about we just?
socialist organizing experience so you can tell me why
What
you
does
are
that
the
have to do with the point I am trying to make?
Nothing. Okay, go
Yeah, okay, so hold on. So, I think that organization should be held to a slightly higher standard. And also, in my personal experience, I get called a Nazi by
Get ruined.
people in the online left. Usually because they have a very
Have I called you a
inaccurate...
Nazi?
No, and that has nothing to do with what we're
Have
talking
I?
about.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're
Why
talking
do you
about
keep
fantasy
jumping
people.
in with, like, hold
But
on.
you just said it was bad to bring up other people's arguments that have nothing to do with us.
I'm specifically talking about other people on the left. You can listen to the words, please. I'm arranging them in order for a purpose. I get called a Nazi by other people online. Usually it's because they make very frivolous, very poor-baked accusations based on minimal evidence. And the fact of the matter
Damn,
is,
dude, last worded my ass down.
Minimal evidence when they did it about Destiny?
I don't think anybody with even a passing familiarity with Destiny's content could accurately and fairly call him a Nazi. You could call him a lot of negative things, which I think would be fair, but I do not think you could call him
Okay,
a
if
Nazi.
you saw a video of
Can we
someone,
kindly...
and you Google them and you find out they got banned from Twitch for 30 days for using the F slur. The other big drama they were in
Mike.
is they got departnered for arguing that they gave their blessing to white redneck militias to mow down dipshit protesters.
And what if people
Do you
found
think it's crazy to say that's Nazi-like?
And what if people found clips of me? There are plenty of clips online which paint a very inaccurate picture of my beliefs that might lead those same types of
But why
lefties
do you
to
feel the
accuse
need
me
to
of
be
Fuck! I like your name.
desperately trying. I feel like I'm explaining like something to
I got killed by Karen, asker of
10
managers.
seconds, Mike. You're trying alpha Mike posturing right now. Let me finish the point.
Okay. Hold on.
It is true that clip of Destiny looks, and is very bad. There are also clips of mine that look and are very bad. But if you look at the totality of my content, I don't think anyone could reasonably
Ruin 'em.
I am opposed to organizations like the DSA making snap calls like that based on clips like those, because I know how information like that can be cultivated to paint an inaccurate picture of a content creator, which is why I can simultaneously believe that Destiny is bad on a lot of issues, but also that he should be treated in good faith on those issues, because if he isn't,
I got ruined.
I also will not be. And I feel the consequences of that every day. Does that make sense?
So you consider yourself the personal arbiter of, quote, bad faith towards creators, and you just going around, you're not biased at all from your fandom.
You are. When did I say that I'm not biased? When did I say that I'm the personal arbiter? I have an opinion, and I share it on my
You said that
platform.
socialist organizations should be held to a higher standard, and then you intervened.
Yeah.
The Destiny community was piling onto a small...
You're arguing against sharing opinions right now. You realize that, right? You're arguing against the concept of
Karen is ruining, bro.
Should jump in when Destiny said that they landed DSA doesn't do real organizing. They're a bunch of white.
I have never defended Destiny's idiotic position on that.
Then he sent a whole bunch of a hate mob after these people, which are small little.
How? No, Karen, you are hacked.
First of all, I think that you're
What the fuck? No, I just watched that entire thing. Karen is weird. Is that like the ultimate hunt? Like somebody who is even more evasive than you?
Is there any evidence that my community harassed them?
When a content creator shits on a group and says they're the reason why socialists in America can't succeed.
Yeah, I do think that's a component.
They don't like Destiny.
No, that's not what I said. I think one of the reasons. No, I didn't say that. Mike, see, this is what I mean. Are you being stupid right now, or are you so attached to posturing that you can't actually hear the words that I'm saying?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
You aren't listening. You aren't smart enough to understand anything that I'm saying right now.
You said you're against posturing, and then you just
no. This isn't posturing. Anybody? No, I invite anybody who's been watching the past 5 minutes, where I try to make a very simple point, and then Mike butts in with some 60 IQ interjection. Do you think that Mike is listening? Do you think that he's? And if he is listening, that's a lot worse, by the way, because that means he's not smart enough to keep up. It's one of those two. If I were you, I would choose not listening. Okay? No, wait, hold on. It's every concept that needs to be explained to you. No, I'm not. Every concept that needs to be explained to you is minutes off my finite life, and it takes 10 times as long with you as it does with any other human being who's capable
more finite by the minute.
of driving a car autonomously. Okay? So I ask you, is there a final meme you want to run through?
I mean, so basically,
Wow, he just like two-tapped me with that. Thank you, Aggie.
Based on nothing. You were exposed
baseless and based on nothing, huh?
You were exposed for. Mike is so fucking bad at all this.
I was bad because I was an asshole who does posturing, and then you did nothing but posturing. When I asked you for one specific instance of my bad takes, and you said that on the stream earlier.
No, I never criticized your
Really?
political position.
Just nothing?
I didn't realize you were stupid enough to believe the $25 minimum wage thing, though. So
My
maybe
connection
if
is
I had known
solid.
that at the time, I would have brought that up. But still, on the whole, I would rather have people who believe the things
But
that
you
you
don't know
believe
what the fuck you're talking about.
than
man.
your average liberal.
You
know?
don't know what you're fucking talking about, and you're very liberal. I know you've convinced yourself, or at least your audience, that you have some sort of radical aesthetic, but you don't. You don't have radical politics. You've done no radical action.
This is your last chance to save them from me.
No, I mean, I tried in good faith to reach out to you, but you think like such a fucking capitalist content creator, where you think your audience, like people are gonna leech off your. Dude, I talk to people that are larger creators than you all the time. It's not a big deal, okay? I saw your community as a community of leftists, of people trying to learn.
Isn't it a community of liberals?
I'm not going to.
I almost got him after the
I don't
fact.
think it's that important of a distinction when you're trying to recruit people to the left. But when you have content creators like you who
So.
act like they're teaching people when they don't know shit,
Yeah, anarcho-Bidenism, you know?
that becomes a problem. That becomes a problem. And stuff like you not knowing.
Wait, is there a take that I've had
rhetoric.
recently that you felt that I was underinformed on? So I don't know, like the woman you brought up earlier. Wait, you don't watch? Wait,
He
then how
lost
can you claim that I don't
170
know what I'm
subs
talking about?
right now.
Every time I've seen your content,
But he's still at
and when you've been
70,000
in a dispute with
subs.
people on the left, like when you rail against rent control, or you rail if you think the
What's your position on rent control? Okay, so it's the $25 minimum in the rent control. What's your position on rent control? Just asking.
I mean, this is what everybody who's ever talked about rent control talks about. The purpose of rent control is an
44K.
anti-gentrification measure
Okay,
to protect existing incumbent communities, but it in and of itself does not solve housing
Just
crisis,
saying.
because there's a supply problem and a demand problem.
Wait, that's my
So,
position.
yeah.
Wait, I've advocated for
not
rent
your
control in accordance with government programs to expand housing initiatives. Yeah.
You have time and time again railed against people for supporting rent control.
No, there are people who support exclusively rent control, which is bad because that does
Who is
lead
that? Who is that?
to. There are a lot of
fantasy people. You contributed
wait,
to
wait,
a
wait, wait,
discourse
wait.
that
You think
rent
there aren't
control is
people who
bad.
just support rent control? I had people in my chat.
In
I
and of
remember
themselves
arguing with them.
alone, just
Yep.
rent control and
And
nothing
there's
else.
just
Yes, I think that's.
now he should have been able to cite somebody, I think. But I mean, I was one of them. I didn't think about rent control in accordance with government housing initiatives. I just thought rent control would help until I heard arguments against that.
A straw man that you made up.
No, I mean, if you want to believe that, then sure. But in every context where I've talked about rent
Okay,
control, I've
find
said
me
that it's
the
a
rent
valuable.
control only leftists, and that'd be great.
Why? All you have to do is watch my content to realize that I share your opinion on this. That rent control is fine as long as you have another initiative to address the supply problem.
Okay, so
you didn't know that? So I guess it's
No,
just a $25 an hour minimum wage thing, huh? Which I don't
apparently
want to get into with you.
You've backpedaled on this, which is fine.
Wait, what
Which
have I
is okay.
backpedaled on? Wait, you
I'm
not
glad-
knowing my position
you know,
isn't me
honestly-
backpedaling.
Honestly, I am glad that your community got exposed to a good
Just claiming that
Oh, man,
that
dude,
is
that's really effective. All
Vosh
you have to do is lie about
backpedaling
a
because
person,
he
and when
didn't
they
know
correct
their
you, you accuse them of
didn't know his
backpedaling.
argument.
That's an amazing debate strategy.
And then yeah, it's like, oh, well, you backpedaled on this. I'm glad that your argument got exposed to a good argument for once.
No lies. No lies. Whereas you actually did lie about you confronting me 10 times in DMs. You did lie about the reason why I argued against the DSA about Destiny being called Nazi.
You said it wasn't confronting you because
You actually do.
So I think that right there gives you a pretty good idea of how bad Mike from PA is, especially at debate. Like, I could have pulled up a Destiny debate. Destiny doesn't think about his Mike's feelings as much as Vosh did. Vosh's goal was to make him mad, but not to hurt him. Of course. Wait, are they? Never mind. Okay, they're not. What exotic armor am I? Oh, I have another world. I'm just gonna get fucked in every direction today, I guess. See, yep, I should be. No way! Karen is, yeah, no, Karen's hacking, I swear, dude. You're dead, dude. What a fucking loser. I'm just gonna say, if you crouch walk through your entire in a fucking closed hall, fuck you, buddy. That's bullshit, dude. I fucking dinked all over him with an ace of spades. Yep. I'm now bottom of the board because I can't fucking do it. I'm spawning up in like the worst areas. spawning up in white liberal areas. Just the worst places to be.
エリア A を制圧。エリアアドバンテージだ。敵を黙らせたぞ。エリア B を失った。
You panic supered and you... I got points for that one. Power in.
エリア C をダッシュ。
Karen.
エリアアドバンテージを達成した。 いいものを拾ったな。
You're not getting my fucking heavy, nerds. I'll kill my fucking self. Perfect, 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 perfect.
Area A を制圧。エリアアドバンテージを達成した。残り5分だ。その調子で戦え。
Got you, Karen.
A を失った。パワープレイだ。敵に全エリアを制圧されたぞ。エリア C を制圧。エリアアドバンテージだ。 エリア B を失った。
Okay. What a fascist. No way! 2 headshots and a body shot. 70, 140. And then a body shot was 30. Off spawn. They are just now spawn camping at this point. Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and we've lost a person, so they have the ability to spawn camp us easier.
Area C を失った。敵がパワープレイを達成した。エリア A を制圧。
Yep. But it's always me! Oh. Really? I never noticed that before.
敵に全エリアを制圧されたぞ。エリア C を制圧。 敵が勝利してしまうぞ。
Come on. You fucking thought. Little nerd. You thought. Really? They need to increase the speed of that a little bit if they're going to be, like, nerfing it as hard as they did. Because shotguns can still kill you from further than you can put that out there. Fucking nerd. Damn it! I wanted to come back! We were 2 people down! Not fair! Not fair! God, I played. Hey, I did better than I thought I did. I thought I was gonna get like a 0.2, but I played like absolute fucking sweaty butt cheek. And I'll tell you right now, it's not good, fam. Not good. Now. Let's get this straight. This is the true way to do this. We're going to just switch completely over from doing debate reviews to Destiny, but we are going to take another short break, so give me a minute, because, yeah, my feet hurt.
Too smart to ever learn to
Hey, look, there's as many viewers right now as there are people in my lobby. Hey! Yeah, I appreciate all of you. Alright, but for real though, anybody who's taken time to come over into my stream, I do appreciate you being here. Let's fucking have a great time. And I am, as I stated earlier, I am literally 1 subscriber away from 50 subscribers, which is a milestone I've been looking to hit. Not because it's like a huge deal or whatever in the YouTube sphere, but it's a big deal to me, okay? I'm pretty happy with it. Now can I?
Control.
Update the shit, and then we go over here.
Area C を制圧された。エリア B を制圧。エリア A をダッシュ。エリアを2つ制圧した。
Damn. Just shred them up.
エリア C を制圧。パワープレイだ。そのまま守り抜け。エリア A を失った。敵にエリアを2つ制圧された。
I did not get out of there in time, and I wish I had. But I'm doing alright, because I'm helping my team. Damn it, I didn't get the shot off. I think a body shot would have done it. Oh. I'm following Reaper towards C. Go get that. Thank you. Behind us. Fuck, they got me. Area A. Area B. Area C. I'm pushing C. There's a guy at heavy. Got him. They still have the ability to get C, so I'm going to B with the friends here. And then I'm going to push C and drop a super on it. God, that was such a good fucking turn. Did you see that? Yep. That's about right. That was really good placement of a barricade. I didn't get him. I didn't get him. Oh, fuck. That was awesome. Alright, alright. What's your height? I'm short. Genius of early One Piece. You mean the genius of all One Piece? How dare you? What?
All right, let's get to it. I'm going to start a new game. I'm going to explain this game to you guys, okay? Okay, so Noita is a physics-based 2D platforming roguelike. The goal of Noita, the end of Noita, is to go down a great many levels where you activate a device and that ends the game. The problem with that is that there's a million things in your way, and additionally, there's one thing that I want to draw, okay? Really, really quick. Don't mind me, I was doing emote editing earlier. I want to describe how noising works, like, really quickly, okay?
God damn it.
So, there is shit up here, there is shit there, there is shit this way, there is shit in the ground, there is shit everywhere, there is shit everywhere. The real selling point of this game is that everything is physics-based. Every single pixel in this game is simulated with some kind of magical physics. So what this means in practice is that there are particulates and liquids and physical objects and projectiles, all of which interact physically in different ways with one another. See that little lantern right there?
Registered trademark.
All those pixels of fire were real. All these little pixels are flammable. See that? There you go. There's water underground, and a little bit of oil too. And that thing I was standing on was flammable because it was made of wood. None of it is for show. None of it is like a visual or graphical effect. All of it interacts with everything else. Why this is not Bloodborne? I can't find my capture card. Anyway, this game has a disgusting number of secrets. To put it lightly, like, in all my time, I've seen but a fraction of them. I don't know what the fuck this game is or what's going on. I get the basics, but...
I will do it. I'm not giving you the heavy. I refuse.
Concentrated mana, chaotic polymorphine. Oh god. Okay, hold on. How did I miss this already? I need to be careful here. Staying in the water, not the very dangerous magical liquids directly beneath it. Okay. Let me up. Let me up. Stop.
Get him. Get him. Okay. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Would you say
get
you play indie games titles? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. I tend to. I think that indie games are designed much more purposefully. The problem with big budget titles is so many people are involved that every game turns into a mishmash of a bunch of different ideas and aesthetics. It's really, really, really hard to get a cohesive design out of that. Indie games are
oh my fucking god.
Usually by a very small team, so. The far right of this area, so I'm gonna go check that. Did you ever want to be a game developer? Yeah, there's a game idea I have, and I'm super, super... I hope one day I get to make
Eternal Stolen. God damn it, he's gonna gulag people, and it's gonna be bad.
Look at the way the fire ripples across it, isn't it? Ooh, yeah. Fire instantly travels up, but it takes...
Tuffy the turtle, get him!
I thought I was... I forgot that I was on wood.
Or, I mean, no, it was Eternal Stolen.
So, the premise is... Okay, sometime in the past... No, I'm sorry. I'll frame it.
No, that was the wrong goddamn gun! Why did you pull out the rocket launcher? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god!
Discover something interesting. There is an orbital body approaching Earth. A celestial body, I should say. Something very large.
Hypothetically, if you pull out a rocket launcher instead of your fucking fusion rifle or your primary weapon, you were going to die because they didn't give you any heavy ammo. Because that is a heavy special occasion kind of ordeal.
Physical place is a large celestial body, physical object at times that is hurtling.
I did absolutely nothing in that engagement except scare the shit out of him, and sometimes that's all you need to do.
Possessed by demons, the dead rise, Earth goes to shit.
Fuck, we are dead.
Together, it rises back up.
He just comes flying around the corner like goddamn Superman. I fucking hate you.
Because it will take many, many years for Hell to reach Earth. They work together to build a fleet of...
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I've got it. Mine. And he's still killing me. No! Yes! I avenged my own self! Fuck you!
Just by itself, let alone any possible metaphysical consequences of being activated. It's hundreds of years later, and you are a pilot, one of those ships. Many thousands of ships that have been assembled.
Why did I not have my fucking... I should have had my fusion rifle out, but for some reason it didn't pull it out when I said to fuck this game. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you by jumping. You're a fucking loser, you nerd, I hate. Fuck you, nerd, loser, hate you. I hate lamos, and I dislike Stalin. Oh my god, they are stacked the fuck up on their zone, and they were just shooting me!
Trillions of defensive agents orbiting Hell that tear the fleet apart. And it turns out that the entirety of the hell that you are approaching is encased in a membrane, sort of semi-permeable material from which they can exit you.
Dolan!
Earth's fleet is
How dare you!
But you are one of a lucky few number of ships that are able to break through that membrane and enter hell proper, which is, as it so happens, essentially an internal solar system. A collection of physical objects rotating around the center of the beating heart, the center of hell. They follow orbital mechanics. The layers of hell are planets, and they orbit around the center, everything encased in a magnetic fluid that beats through the heart at the center of the heart, larger than any planet in the solar system. And you are a ship. The game is you have...
Are you fucking kidding me, Hefty? How the fuck do you do that? You're fucking...
by the many agents you find within, for hell is not one unified consciousness, but a collection of many demons with many interests.
He's a hack.
You blow a lot of shit up.
Come on, nerds.
Step-by-step gameplay.
Where are you at? Come on.
Would be a top-down
okay, well, I'm gonna go to bit. Hey.
Space shooter that follows base traversal mechanics realistically. So you're playing as a ship, and if you want to like
no, Hefty, you're a hack. I'm shooting you. You did not take damage. I know I missed the first burst, but come on. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. You can play this game. You have thumbs.
Your ship has a limited number of weapon compartments, larger ships have more, smaller ships, and you can use a range of upgrades and weapons and scrap parts found from other destroyed Earth ships to fight your way down to hell. Does that make sense? That's the gist of it. For art style, I was thinking gritty pixel art, you know, like Dead Space X, like in aesthetic. So blood and rust. Your ship is like a piece of shit.
As I play like utter butthole syndrome, I play like buttholes. The ones that are dirty and nasty and shouldn't even be thought about. They're moldy with nasty poopy. Nasty poopy. They never clean it. It's almost cemented shut with the dried shit. They don't wipe and they don't wash it. They just poop and get up off the table. Because they shit on tables as well, by the way. So it smears all over their butt cheeks. Nasty butt cheek poopy. Poopy nasty butt cheek poopy doo. That I didn't see him until it was too late. What the fuck is going on? That's weak. I got destroyed.
Well, I think one of the goals, sort of ideally, would be that as you descend down through hell, which you couldn't do in one run, by the way. There'd be a whole bunch of fuckery. As you descend down through hell, you
no time to explain his trash. Fuck that thing.
Kind of felt as shit to begin with. So
we're gonna go to the Huckleberry Gang.
Have I copyrighted
it? Huckleberry Gang. I should probably run the empowering rift because it does things. Wait, why did it go there? What? I don't know. What the fuck happened? Did the thing I was listening to end? Fuck. I am so bad at this game. Oh, there we go. There's fucking connection. Jesus Christ. Just to Destiny. Not to anything else. My stream's been sitting at a solid 2,700 kilobytes per second. Ding bop. Alright, y'all. I got an idea. Kind of a challenge for everybody. Go out once a week and hand out some food to homeless people. Doesn't have to be much. Something they can use to eat then or whatever. You can hand out some bananas or some oranges or whatever. But something's good for them. You know, some good healthy food for them to snack on. I know it's not like a huge meal or whatever, but you're giving them some nutrition, something good for them instead of just them going to like McDonald's or whatever. Just maybe once a week have something like that where you just hand out some like food that's good for people. Maybe make free salads or whatever. You can see if you have to get licensing or whatever in your city to do that. But generally, I don't really care. As long as you don't get in a huge amount of trouble, I think it's a good idea to just go out and try it. So we got that. Let's actually go with the... Yeah.
Control.
Control. Does this actually get picked up? Kinda.
C を制圧。エリア A を制圧された。
God damn. Hero's a mover. And we also got another fire team of at least 3. Yeah, watch out for that guy.
エリア B をダッシュ。エリアを2つ制圧した。
Nope, Hero, don't miss.
B を失った。
See, Hero, he just does not miss. Literally, no matter what, he doesn't miss. Watch him. You're gonna see him show up in the kill feed a lot without dying. Yeah, see, there he is again. Oh, and now I'm marked because he's got the fucking... Yep, he's using fucking mask. Or one-eyed mask, you fucking painch. He's a butt pincher. And Poop Dealer didn't take any damage from my fusion rifle. Why we have to face somebody whose name is Poop Dealer, I don't know.
C を失った。
No! This dude does way, like, he's way too fucking consistent to be a normal player. Is he on fucking controller instead of mouse and keyboard? They really need... Just take away the aim assist of controller when you're on the PC. Fuck that. So people don't have that goddamn want to just put on a controller and be a fucking ween. I couldn't. And my super's down, and people can use it, at least. Wow, really? He punched the... That destroys it? He just one-shot me. Killed by the architects. What the fuck, dude? No, Hero's just hacks. He's on a 10 kill spree right now. Yeah, no. This dude is legit just, A, he's everywhere. B, he doesn't seem to miss shots. And C, he doesn't take damage appropriately. Blasted him directly head to fucking toe with fusion rifle from above, too. So it just went through his fucking body. And there he is. There's no fucking way, dude. This guy's hacks. I promise you. I mean, he's not going to miss hammer throws either. Yeah, I know. No, he just repopped them. And he doesn't miss. Look, he died and he just spawned up with heavy. Look at that. He just spawned up with heavy. Killed fucking... He's just on a goddamn roll. There's no goddamn way. Literally zero way. He survives every gunfight. And I mean, yeah, he's wearing one-eyed mask, but come on, it's not that fucking strong. I'm here on B. In my rift. Hoop dealer's in another fucking super somehow. I guess his was a little bit ago. No, he's not. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, he's wearing one-eyed mask, so if you hurt him and he killed you, he should have healed. I'm going to heavy. No fucking way. Thank you! Why did I not throw the grenade? I hit the grenade button. I hit the grenade input. Why did it not? God, I'm doing even worse with Huckleberry. Probably because I'm pairing it with very poor weapons to pair with a fucking SMG, but you know. Yeah, it got shut down. And yes, he's hacking. Because there's absolutely no fucking way.
失った
This is mine, fuckers.
エリア C を制圧エリアアドバンテージを達成した もう少しだ戦い勝利をつかみ取れエリア B を失った
Nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh.
制圧したあと10秒
Yay, we have a chance. Don't go into overtime. Win! Yay!
お前を勝利に導いた
We lost, or we won, and no thanks to me. I fucked this game up. Oh my god. Alright, future advice. Don't use a Huckleberry when you're trying to also use a plug 1 and be a healer. You should probably use things that are good to use that way. And so, for the purposes of being not a dummy, let's go over and pick up the friendliest exotic you could possibly buy. No. I can't. I beat the thing 3 times and none of them. Not a single time did it drop. Yeah, first time. Not first 3, Caleb.
No, like that's what I'm saying. I ran it like it came around again before I actually got it. But that first action.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just haven't now. How long has this been going? You know what? Hey, 2 more people tuned in. I want to get out of that lobby and into a different one. So, 11, huh? Oh god, that's right. I forgot. Yeah. I'm almost there. I don't care about that. Let's bring this up to par. And I want to move around for a second. So, give me like 4 minutes. Alright. No, I know. I know. I said 4 minutes, but I moved. I stepped outside. I lit my cigar. And then my stomach went, hey, you need to put that out, go inside. And so I did. Because when my stomach says, hey, do that, I listen. It's been a pretty solid day overall. What are y'all up to? What's going on? Boom. Okay. The cousin's eating, and I'm thinking about wrapping up. So let's go ahead and dip on over here. And yeah, I think I'll call it here. But yeah, I think the next stream that I do, I'm gonna try not to do gaming. I may have some more conversations with people. I've actually reached out to Professor Chomsky. Yeah. To see if I could snag a discussion with him over food decommodification. And ways that we could go for that. But that's a long shot. I am essentially nobody. Like, I'm nowhere near as big as anyone, actually. Pretty much everybody on YouTube has more subscribers than I do. Including people who, like, I know people, somebody tried to make fun of me in my comment section once for, for doing these 3-hour-long streams and people don't really watch. And I'm like, yeah, so. And they're like, I get as many views as you do or more by making these little 10-second clips made out of lefty stuff. And I'm just like, well, yeah, okay, that's because your little 10-second clips and stuff, your little minute-long videos are making fun of lefties, and right-wingers will go and watch that and eat it up. And if you only have as many views as I do on my 3-hour-long live streams on your making fun of lefties videos, that's pathetic, honestly. So, I just appreciate every single person who tunes in. Y'all are all wonderful people, hopefully. Some of you are actually Nazis, so you're not wonderful people, but I know the good people who tune in to this stream are all super progressive, hyper awesome fucking anarcho-syndicalists, Voshites, alright? Every single one of you. And the ones who aren't will be. At least at some point. We'll get you there. That's going to be all. Y'all have a wonderful time. Stay hydrated. Exercise if you can. And